or
Yeah, because
philosophy.
sometimes you do throw identity bait, like you say, like little racial rage baits out there, little,
Right.
and you
Exactly.
toss them out there and see, like, if I go, oh, fuck you, man, I hate you.
Or
Yeah, because
philosophy.
sometimes you do throw identity.
Yeah. No, I think that's exactly what I do, and I do it,
Identity bait, like you
in
say,
a lighthearted, humorful way.
little racial
Yeah, it
rage
could be
baits
this
out
whole
there.
time I'm a psychopath racist who's like hiding it behind the facade of humor, and I actually am a deeply bigoted person. But I can know that I'm not chimping out like someone, an actual racist, maybe, and getting angry. And yeah. Also, to your point, I do that to test the waters. I'm rambling. Hush.
I love it.
Is the rage bait to see that, like, I'm triggered when it comes to identity, and you could manipulate me easily when it comes to bringing up identity? Is there like a
You're
perfect
just looking for every angle here, my friend.
Nope.
Well, no, I mean, some rage baits have many different levels to it.
It's all right. No, I am not doing it for that reason. I am doing it because that is how I show like affection and care and brotherhood, is through those finding our differences that are often heavy-hearted, like on a global scale, and using that rather as a bridge rather than a separator. So you are, I believe, black, and if not, then you've been hiding it very well this whole time.
You have been hiding it very well.
But that is a difference between you and I do it for the sake of building connections, not testing, really, to see, like, I'll do it with strangers, right, to test how, but you and I have known each other for 4.5 years now. So when I do it, it's to further strengthen this unrequited friendship that you and I have.
How do you think I see black?
The same way I see it when I close my eyes.
Well, they have people who really believe like black identity, it is this genetic, it's this specific thing. It's not necessarily a social construct thing.
It's both.
It's an actual.
Things. And I would say it's more so the cultural one rather than the genetic one. Black as an identity has its distinct properties and its distinct history, both on the radical scale of like slavery and all of the micro steps from that point hitherto, trying to like combat that racism. I do it through humor. Some people do it through hip hop and graffiti. Some people do it through sports. And so there is an identity when it comes to that.
But black as an identity also exists within whites as well.
I'll be right back.
Yeah, you're supposed to respond to that.
He said he'll be right back.
Has to take a shit, Nev.
Yes, Nev. Yeah.
That explains a lot.
What's up, Vanguard? It's been a while.
It has been.
Can I ask a question?
One sec, Nev.
It has been a while. Huh?
What's new?
Nothing much. Dealing with college. But other than that, nothing different. How you doing there, Travis?
I assume you're in women's studies?
Yes, gender studies, doing all that good stuff.
Yeah.
No, I'm doing political science, though, in NYU.
Okay.
Nice.
Yeah.
Cool. What have you learned so far? Are you still a Trump supporter or what?
I feel very disillusioned with the MAGA movement, but
okay.
Yeah. I mean, I would still call myself right-wing.
Yeah, fair enough.
But just like, yeah.
Can I ask?
Right wing.
Go
right
ahead.
wing. I'm curious, actually.
Yeah, go ahead there, Tyson.
Yeah, Nivik, let Tyson
So-
go just a minute. We'll come back to you.
So what puts you on the right of the spectrum? I'm curious how you put that on a metric scale. So like, what are your positions and how do your policies make you right wing?
Well, I guess I just want a more traditional. I guess, like economically speaking, I would like to see a protectionist, robust, I guess, trade policy. So what that would look like is like tariffs, but like obviously, it being robust. So we're not gonna like tariff all countries. And that's just one aspect. Another aspect of it would be like, socially speaking, I would like it be more traditional. If that makes sense. So what that would look like is more of, I guess, the family unit being inclined. But that's just a
Well,
big
I
generalization.
see.
You're gonna
Well, I
have
think
that
that's kind of
conversation.
interesting in a sense, but well, I think in the tariff business, I mean, we already kind of had something similar to that a little while ago, where we had tariffs on luxury import goods, for instance, and where our businesses couldn't compete, for instance, on steel. So I don't know if we should support necessarily this like isolationist protectorate idea or notion, because isolationism does not bode well for the I guess the United States economy in a few ways. If you want to get into that.
I mean, I in some aspects, yeah, I do agree. And I, when I first, I first debated Destiny, I was a complete isolationist, and now I guess I would say I feel like some policy, like not policy, some I guess, like for example, pharmaceuticals coming from China. I think we're becoming too dependent on that. I'm not talking about textiles and clothes. Like, yeah, that stuff can be made in China. I'm more or less talking about like I said, pharmaceuticals or steel or wood. That I think we've become too interdependent on these kinds of things, which is why it's kind of hurting us because we're
I
so
remember
reliant.
you. You're the black Nazi.
Well,
No. No.
Hey, how's it going, man? How's it
God
going?
damn it, Nivik.
Did they let you in yet?
No, not yet,
Or
Nivik.
is the application still pending?
Still pending, Nivik.
I'll give him his white card in due time, Nivik. Don't worry.
You got this.
In any case, I think that is a sound position to distance ourselves from China or India, for instance, in some regard when it comes to our pharmaceuticals, because again, those are vital drugs that we need. And let's say if some political conflict were to arise later on, we would be cut off.
I mean that's like that's what we saw like during like the pandemic when we had to get ventilators from China and masks.
I mean, yeah. I think I don't think that's really like a radical take, in my opinion. I think that's something that's also found on the left. If we were to be reasonable as well, I would say that on the reactionary left, we have issues among the notions of like they have their own form of isolationism where it gets kind of ridiculous.
Tell me more about.
For instance, they want to monopolize or have the government control manufacturing goods, depending on the person on the left. I believe, for instance, one of the things that we should probably look into as policy should be maybe nationalizing AI at the moment.
With the AI bubble going on.
Well, that for sure, and also the fact that it poses a massive cybersecurity risk.
Yeah.
Vanguard. For some pointers, what you should do is like get on a debate stage and say like the most extreme fascistic things you could possibly think of saying, and I think
Niv, are you following the conversation, or are you just like looking to target the person and not the argument?
Nivik, if you said you were following the argument, what you were saying to all of us in the room does not sound like you were talking about what they're talking about, because they're talking about the finer points of economics between China and the United States, also dealing with AI and how that sits us into cybersecurity. Do you have a comment on that specifically?
No, I have something much deeper.
Oh,
it's kind of like when we were talking to that guy yesterday.
I didn't care about Niv, but they were just discussing a topic, and you came in and tried to take over because you think your topic is better.
No. It's dead on. Remember that guy we were talking to yesterday? I said like all that stuff you're saying. At the end of the day, you're just uncomfortable and not like an idea. You don't have free will. And that's just it. It's all of that.
Yes, Nivik. We want to distance our pharmaceuticals because we don't like those yellow skins.
No.
So Niv, all of that detailed.
This guy's the pick me, and I'm just telling him how he can get picked by.
Again, you're attacking the person, and not the argument. Fail. And also your digestion of the conversation last night, which actually was quite high resolution. The things we were talking about was what you just said here was a very bad low resolution take. I think like you're trying to oversimplify something. You're trying to generalize something into something you can understand, as opposed to understanding the deeper, richer, more high resolution thing that was actually being discussed.
So picking out the other guy's drive was high resolution, but not picking out this guy's drive is not.
Well, we're trying to unpack what counts as a right and left leaning take, I think, and also, furthermore, what is practical policy and what isn't practical policy in our nation. Mm-hmm. That's what we're going over. And how that broadly correlates to net benefit of the people inside that nation.
And with Ming, it's communism.
What kind of jump was that?
No, I'm pointing
at you came in throwing cow shit today. Can you please put the cow shit away?
Nivik, I understand you.
Everything is what I'm touching on. I'm touching on.
I don't know. That might be some racism right there.
Hang on a second. Everybody, hang on. Just 1 second. 1 second. Nivik, I understand that you're talking about like a general thing. You're taking what they're talking about and attaching it to other things and saying, look, this also fits. I get that, but you need to be a little bit more specific on what they're talking about. Do you have something specifically about what they're talking about? Maybe your idea on how cybersecurity is going in the United States and how that goes with China.
I'm trying to explain. Okay. You want me to? You're trying to steer me down the wrong road, and I don't want to go down the road. And I'm trying to explain to you why I don't want to go down that road. If a guy has an issue with a guy that's Jewish and he's talking about this, that, and the other, I'm not going to talk about this, that, and the other. I'm going to talk about his anti-Semitism. That's just me.
That's cool. But you can do. That's cool. Stop. Yeah, that's cool that you can do that, but not while they're talking right in the middle of it. It's not something that you come back with when they're trying to follow a line of conversation. You can maybe write that down and bring it up later, but you're like literally that interjects into the conversation that they're trying to have and that other people may want to get in.
Okay, I got you.
I have a joke for you that should bode well. All right, a Jew, a Muslim, right, and a white man walk into a bar, right? Inside that bar, there's a genie, and they all have to make a wish, right? At the end of the day, all three of them get their wish. All three of them still remain. My question is to you, what was the wishes they made?
To take over the world?
No, for each one of their groups to benefit in some way.
By taking over the world?
Interesting that you said taking over the world first. Hilarious.
Does each group benefit by taking over the world completely, or do they benefit more by coexisting?
Do they benefit by working together? Well,
right.
Hey, I agree with that. They do, but I don't believe that. I'm not saying everybody's the same like that. Okay. Some do believe in coexisting and some don't. There, I'll just leave it at that.
Sure, but he's saying
because I'm not going to broad.
No, and you're doing good. That's fine. That's good. What he's saying is, even if these people could find this good way to live, this is the healthy way to live, as in cooperation, teamwork. There's a reason why sports teams win games when they work well. Teamwork works better than anything else on the planet. That's how we came from Africa. Okay, we lived in those kind of systems. Not to go too deeply into it. Does that make sense, David?
Yeah.
So when could you make an argument for not teamwork? If we know that that's what leads us to human health the best. I know there's lots of people out there who are fucking ridiculous and being shitty and hurting people and all that kind of stuff. But if they were following perhaps these ethics, this would be the healthiest ones. We know this through neuroscience. We know this through medical technology and biology and fucking everything. Medicine.
We were discussing the flaws of Nietzsche yesterday or the day before, and one of them is this thing where like you can surpass kind of the limitations of man and pull yourself up by your bootstraps. Hell with social help from other people and be an isolated person. This is well, nowadays I don't know what he was looking at, but nowadays we know that this is unhealthy. This is not how we nor is it how we were on the plains. You know, we were hunter-gatherer, helping each other. No one was his own isolated, like, chimp walking
If
around.
that was the case. If you got exiled back in those days, you were dead. That is what happened. So I mean, this is the thing. Every human system that works together and doesn't like tear itself apart with crazy ethics or whatever it may be, gets better. It learns. And this is why Travis always brings up the Steven Pinker data, because it doesn't just hold to society, it holds to individuals as well. We live in a society that is getting ethically and more technologically advanced, complicated. The systems are becoming more useful because mental health we're in a renaissance of mental health. Not the scientific revolution yet. We haven't mapped the human nervous system with like AI and stuff. But when we get there, I imagine it'll be a lot crazier. But yeah, I mean, Nivik, you act like all the time like ethics aren't getting better across the world. You do know that, right?
But the real butt of the genie joke, at least, in my opinion, is that the genie will reject all three of their wishes if it compromises the other wish. So no one gets their wish at the end of the day unless you decide to work with each other.
Yeah. Yeah, you're preaching to the choir, man.
Oh no.
I agree. I agree with Kumbaya.
Hey, man. At least you're willing to be Kumbaya.
There we go. You're willing to be
okay,
Kumbaya.
but I mean, like, it's not. It's that. It's just. You know, it's not always. That's not always the case.
Well, that's why it's in the example. If they don't work with each other, they don't get their wish.
Yes.
They don't. People don't get their wish if they conquer another person.
Let's not use the word wish. Let's use the word goal.
A person can't get their goal if they conquer another.
In a broad sense, no. Well, that's why it's in the example.
No?
There's a double negative. I was lost on that a little bit.
I mean,
if you force cooperation through coercion, you run into the problem the fascist runs into, or the conqueror runs into, where you have unhappy ethnic groups in your concord, right? And what happens there is, unfortunately, revolt and disunity, which then rips your empire apart. So at the end of the day, you cannot rule by coercion alone. You have to lead through the carrot rather than the stick.
I agree with you. That's why people, fight, because their worldviews, their ideals are different, and they just they solve them by the sword.
The idea is more nuanced than that, Nivik. The idea is incentive structures are what rules or are the constraints of societies.
Okay, so how you get people together? You're telling me, like, if you're just reasonable, you get people together. You're telling me, like, my mentioning, like, their drive, what's at the root of it, isn't the thing. Like, if you just tell them, like, hey, logic exists, you be logical, and then they're gonna go, oh, okay, and you just explain things to them, and then they're just no longer gonna be divided.
Well, I want you
guys hold on to that thought for a second. In the chat, I posted the link to this live stream for our new live channel. So if you guys could have that video playing in the background muted, it would just help the algorithm out a lot as we're building this new live channel. So yeah, if you guys could have that open, that would be sweet. Thank you.
I wish what was being said is right, and it's not hope. I hope that's the case.
What I'm saying is
I
right.
hope it's not it is.
What are you trying to get at, Nick?
No, I said I hope what you're saying is not cope, and people you just talk to them and they'll hug each other and they'll all come together, kumbaya. I hope that's not like a this because this makes me feel good thing. That's why I'm going to say it as a cope and not a reality. It sounds more like a cope than a reality.
So what do you mean by kumbaya, Niv? Because I've heard you say this before. You and I have broke bread, stuff like this. What does it mean to like break bread with someone when you were originally having a dispute and then you guys come to kumbaya, you call it? What do you mean by that?
I just said everybody come together and they hug and they embrace one another. I think I kind of explained it when I said it. When I said the word.
That's it. That's all it means to like. So if a KKK member and like a black guy hug it out, like it's all kumbaya, but he's like still racist.
That's how a lot of people in here sound to me.
But that's why I'm asking you. What do you mean? Not some straw man of.
I mean naive
other
optimism. I mean like.
Naive.
Okay. You never heard the term kumbaya?
So kumbaya is a pejorative to you.
Oh,
well, I have a question. What incentivizes
this sort of thing? Like, I want to be kumbaya with someone, but I don't want to be
get along
naively optimistic. Those aren't the same thing in my language game usage.
I mean, this is the thing, Nivik. You can cope inside reality, right? You know, coping is a part of reality, right? Which is why your language sounds kind of weird around that. That's why I'm asking that too. But Perry's asking why you're talking about kumbaya, because it seems like when you're talking about kumbaya, it's like some fantasy where everybody's like dancing around in the daisies and like staring at the sky and shit and just ignoring all the problems and suffering around them. Like, I don't understand why you black and white at that so far. Do you see what we're saying?
Correct.
It's a pejorative, Thomas. It's a pejorative when because he's talking about naive optimism.
Right. Can't fall there, can we?
Well,
you go ahead, Tyson.
Well, okay.
There's something even underneath all this.
Hang on, real quick, Tyson. Hang on.
You could actually come together and enjoy, and there could be naive optimism. I'm not.
Yeah, can be, could be, man, could be.
Nivik, we know that. You're doing fine. We're not all jumping on you, but we're trying to point out a thing here. Like even a minute ago, did you not notice you said take over the world? Did anybody say anything about taking over the world? It was just on his genie example.
Yeah, he just immediately just.
You immediately went to taking over the world when he was giving an example about working together and being able to all get the goal that they need. So did you not notice that you did that? Like your mind went immediately to what can fuck up here?
No, I just want to understand how things will work when people are divided. I'm being talked to say like people if you talk to them rationally, they'll come to a mutual agreement. If they work together, then they will get along. Is a sense that I was getting from what T.S. Hunter was saying, and I'm thinking like, yeah, that I like that, and I'm on board with that. But I don't think it's that simple. That if you just speak logical to a person, then they
but I mean, not in one conversation.
Are you
expecting to change somebody's mind from Christianity to in one conversation? Sometimes things take time. You know what I mean? That's why you don't need to get to black and white it in that one moment and be like, yeah, they're fucked for life. People change, Nivik.
Well, that's why I was giving the example of the Nazi having a conversation about logic, and really, that's not what he cares about. It's about his anti-Semitism, about the guy who he's always pining on all the minute. And I think if you ignore that and you try to think like if you
Do you
just
think other
tell
people
this-
are ignoring it
you
though?
decide- if they could come together that 1 + 1 = 2, then they'll just get along. I don't believe that's the case.
Nivik, I understand, but did you hear what I said? What, like, do you, fuck, I forgot what I said actually. What did I say? Anybody hear me? I'm babbling.
You were going through the approach of the
lost
black
touch.
and white fallacy. She was
You
laying
said
down.
I see
Yeah,
everything
that's
in
what it
doom and
was.
gloom.
Yeah.
You said I seen
It's
everything
okay,
in
Nivik,
doom
it's
and
okay.
gloom.
No, not. I didn't say everything is doom and gloom. I said you sometimes start from. Let me see what I can find. Are there not other people worrying about that anti-Semitism problem? Also, do you think you're the only one that's telling people about this?
It wasn't me that did that. Deus Hunter said that if people come together, and what's more practical is if people come together. So it sounded like he was talking about people unifying. You was talking about unity
Yeah.
together. And so I mean, like, why was he bringing that up? He's bringing that up opposite to division. So to avoid doom and gloom of division, people should come together, talk it out, and reason it out. It's an avoidance calculus. You know what I'm saying? And I'm
So
just
your mind
acknowledging
is
that.
focused on finding.
I'm acknowledging that avoidance calculus. That suffering
Okay,
avoidance.
I got you. So are
I'm,
you?
I'm,
Do you like to?
so to
Nivik,
say
slow
that
down.
I'm the one that's bringing
Nivik,
up the negativity, I don't really.
I know.
He's doing a negativity contrast, and I'm just acknowledging it.
I know, and we're literally talking about the black and white fallacy right now, metaphorically. I mean, that is what we're doing. The issue is, it seems as though most of the time you just like pointing out these things and say, hey, nobody's paying attention to these things. We all need to look at this trash that could happen and fuck us. I'm not saying that's what you're always saying, that it's gonna fuck us, but it's like you want to show everybody that, hey, people aren't really paying attention to this. You guys aren't paying attention to what could be going wrong here. I'm just pointing out the avoidance stuff. I'm just showing it. Is that where you're at?
No,
Okay.
I could point. I can look at something and see it as a positive. Not that. Not like I could look at a particular act that you can do, and it can be and it could bring good to people. It I mean, it doesn't have to.
It's not about what you
It
talk
doesn't have
about,
to
buddy.
be.
It's about the way you talk about it. Do you understand the difference?
Yeah, I'm trying to explain the way I talk and how I perceive things.
We've been
And
listening to you. The whole room has been listening to you, bud. We're following. I promise you. We're paying attention.
well, my one at times I see good and it's painted as a bad.
Yeah, I think
Why?
you're black and whiting.
Yeah,
just a
because
little
you
bit
bring
too
up
much there.
Nazis.
Yeah.
Why are
Try
you
not to
bringing
push it? Yeah. Go ahead,
Nazis?
Harry. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Why are you bringing up Nazis, Niv? How many Nazis have you encountered in your life? Are you like Daryl Davis, doing like Daryl Davis work, going to like KKK members and Nazis and deconstructing them? How many actual Nazis have you talked to in your life? Because you use them like as these pieces of justification for whatever it is, and you're not being negative apparently. But when you bring up Nazis, like, what are the good things that can come from bringing up the Nazis? Clearly, you're doing it to paint a negative picture on things, even if you do masquerade it as like a descriptive claim.
Well, apparently it's going to bring Anne Frank back. Jokes aside.
Why would I bring up like a Nazi talking to a Jewish guy, rationalizing shit out, and at the end of the day, he doesn't care about what's being rationalized?
Yeah, right. Like how many interactions like that with the Nazi and the Jew that you're painting happen compared to like all of the other daily interactions between humans?
Well, it's just you know, it's not like it's just
like what's the rate of that happens? Like 0.00001% maybe of all human interactions.
Well, the Nazi does. You don't get the point of the argument when I use something as an example. It doesn't have to be.
I'm just saying
that it's a Nazi. I'm just.
It doesn't exactly.
I'm
Right.
trying to point.
It could be something. Yeah. Sorry. Go ahead.
I do a bunch of them. I'll say like the mother saying that the kid can run 100 meter in 10. There's many of them that I do. I do the pimple on.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
Well, it's the
I'm
first
not-
I've heard of the kid running 110 seconds.
But-
That would be like a positive thing, though, right? Because that's a great score. I don't hear those positive examples nearly as much as I hear like the Nazis or the motherfucker trying to fuck
do a
you.
positive. If a person would have brought up a negative, I would have brought up a positive.
I never hear that. That's a claim that I
Because
don't
most people
think
only
has
choose
any backing.
positive.
I never
Because-
hear you bring up the positives or the good things that happen.
Because people always pivot to a positive, and I think it's because they're trying to avoid a negative. I think like when what exactly what I'm being accused of is what is
Right.
being
The Uno reverse card is, yeah. Usually when we get to this point, I realize that I've planted some seed, and you realize something because it always devolves to, oh, it's the other person doing the thing that I'm being critiqued
No,
for.
I'm Uno reversing your Uno reverse.
Right. Yeah,
What the fuck
exactly.
is this, a big
That
rap
is,
game of
no,
Uno?
I actually
Hello, you?
agree. It's exactly what you're doing. You're shifting the burden, and you're just repeating the critique that I'm giving to you back to me. That is exactly what you're doing, what you just described. You're Uno reversing my calling out of an Uno reverse, correct?
That is problematic. That becomes
You're looking at a positive because you're doing a suffer and avoidance, and you're pretending as if you're not Uno reverse.
Right, you're defining positive utility under negative utility. By looking for a positive, I'm doing suffering avoidance. This is like some theist tried to convince me that
you're doing that.
some theist tried to convince me recently that atheism isn't actually true.
I'm revealing. I'm not doing. I'm revealing.
Right.
Revealing what?
So-
Okay, so specifically, tell me what Perry. No, hang on, Perry. Nivik, what is he specifically
I don't know.
revealing?
I mean,
Yeah, what's being revealed? I need to know.
we're dropping like lies here. We got to stop talking about Niv's psychology. It's
Actually,
like
I agree with you.
Honest question to the room. If you could choose positive stance, utility versus a negative, which one would you choose, and why would that be the case?
pleasure seeking ought be the default that we primarily lens things through. There's data to show that this is socially, cognitively, and physically good for our health when we take the thrive seeking, pleasure seeking over the harm avoidance. Like we're bombarded constantly with suffering and we need to avoid it at all costs. The differences between those two worldviews are night and day. And
I agree with you there. It's health-wise. But the thing that because things will come positive, not necessarily the case. You get the point for the health-wise. I'll notch one up on the scoreboard for the health-wise. That is a good argument. Like you don't want to be stressed the fuck out 24/7. Good argument there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And so, are you asking the descriptive case, like what are we by default more? I think by default we are more the pleasure seeking. We're not constantly like someone tried telling me suffering is ubiquitous. And I said, what do you mean by ubiquitous? Like everywhere, all the time? Do you think literally we're in like Dante's Inferno? I don't get it. Like we constantly do things for motivations, for seeking pleasure all the time. It is just the cancer of the negative utility worldview that perpetuates and justifies itself because it constantly sees things through that lens and justifies it as being righteous for doing so, and it is unrighteous to do that.
If you chat GPT that, you think chat GPT will agree with you that like humans?
Yeah, probably.
Suffering avoidance?
Mine for sure.
Because what Perry is saying is based in neuroscience. I promise you, Nivik.
Yep.
Okay, well, I'll do it.
Yeah, so this is the nod to you, Niv, the point on your side, if you're looking for one, since we're framing our conversation through point scoring, yours would be evolutionarily, we were constantly, threat was imminent, right? And we had to run for the hills constantly and avoid the dangers and hunger and all this stuff. But we're not like that anymore. We're at like the best point in human history in terms of like well-being and thriving that we've ever been. Yes, of course, there's like world hunger still and all these bad things that we can point to. And I would agree with you. We should do our best to prevent that and fix that and make them thrive. But
So I'm not
for the most part,
why you say what you say as an avoidance. It's just that it's just from out of thin air. You're thinking positive. There's no.
it's not out of thin air.
There's no reason
like
for you
on
to
a
think
whim.
positive. Because if I ask you why you,
I gave you a reason.
If I ask you, I'm doing a suffering avoidance calculus. If I ask you why you're thinking to do this positive thing,
No, I don't. I disagree. I think asking a question as to solve a problem that you have in your head, whether rightly or wrongly, is a positive utility mode of action where you're.
I explain that all the time. I say that I don't have an issue with people who think who like to see things positive, and it's more about themselves feeling good than to solve a problem. It's different. I see that as a more of a bad thing than a person looking at something negative with the intent to solve it. I would think if I was a doom and gloom, I wouldn't waste my time. I'm just admitting to you as a person. If I saw nothing, if I wrote something off as hopeless, I wouldn't even bother. Because why bother? Why bother pointing
that
it
sounds
out?
like a big old paradox. I'm not entirely sure I follow on the first part.
Well, I'm bringing up a problem to bring a solution is different, than a person who will say something positive because they want to ignore the obvious because they write it off as hopeless. I think that person's more negative.
Okay. Why?
Because they want to pretend the problem isn't there, that is there, and enable it because it makes them feel better. So they're valuing their emotions over a solution.
Sure, that happens all the time, every day with lots of humans. Not all of them, though. Not always. So are you making a claim that it's all, or just some, half? What do we make? What's the claim?
Well, the claim. Well, I mean, like, I'm not.
You are talking semi-seriously about this, right? Are we joking about it, or are we talking seriously about it?
Well, no, I mean, Perry was talking about it depends how you go about the negativity, and I was saying how it could also be positive. It depends how you go about the negativity. You think that dismisses a person in an argument if they say that they're negative, doom and gloom? Do you think like it'll make them come off as if they're just too emotional, too irrational? And if you, I'm not making an accusation that that's what's being done.
No, I mean, you asking a question, and I'm saying no. You said, does that make them? And I said no. I mean, Nivik, when me and Travis talk all the time, I talk about things like, say, our live shows and stuff that could go wrong, but I don't immediately start thinking that when he starts talking to me about the live shows. I don't think, oh shit, let's start talking about what I can help him not go wrong. Like it's not what I'm thinking about. You see what I'm saying? The difference here? I talk about shit that could go wrong all the fucking time.
People who are viewed as hysterically angry, and they're paranoid. Yeah, they get written off as emotional. People.
Yeah. Like who? This is like the Nazi thing. Like who are the? What are these encounters that you're having?
You're talking about as if like anybody, we need people, or like at least some situations, examples.
You're not being serious, man. People say you're too emotional right now. That's That's
Yeah,
what
but you said
last time.
hysterically crazy or something like that. Like you radicalized it, and it's like the Nazi thing. Like I see people like slightly chimp out. Like I said, it's a spectrum, but I don't think I've seen hysteria maybe a couple times right on here.
Rare.
But that's been in 4.5, 5 years. That like maybe a handful of times. Right, once a year.
I mean, like, Nivik, when have we seriously had like a really, really racist person on the server?
And don't say Ming.
Don't say men.
I wasn't clear I wasn't clear in the question I was asking. I was just pretty much asking, do you think
immediate pivot.
Over the album count. I'm kidding.
I kind of contrast a person that's positive and a person that's negative, and how they'd be looked at. If a person who's negative would more be looked at in a dismissive way versus the person that's positive. That's kind of where I'm trying to get at.
Could be. It's bad to dismiss people and their views. If any of that is happening, you should like let a moderator know, because that's probably bad. That's probably unhelpfulness.
Mm-hmm.
If you're just dismissing someone because they're X.
Nivik's talking about like the world at large. The fact that a lot of people. Nivik, let me see if I can steal menu a little bit. Is that okay?
Go ahead.
I think you're talking about like most of the time when you reference these kind of things, you're saying they as in the human race, because it seems as though a lot of people try to do hidden agenda kind of things and lie to each other and try to control each other. And you see that on a mass scale. Is that correct?
Yeah, sure.
Wait a minute.
I can't get my question answered.
Nivik, that is a simple question, bud. I don't know how to, like, you didn't even hear what I said, did you? You were thinking about.
I mean, Thomas asked if he can try and steal menu, and you said yeah, and now you're complaining that you're not getting your question answered.
Yeah, I think it's wise for me to end this for the moment for myself. So go ahead and talk with Barry.
Yeah, I don't think that it happens at a global scale. This sort of thing, like hysteria from the cause of negative utility. Like I don't even know what exactly the proposition is right now.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know.
We should talk about something else, I think.
Yes,
unless Niv, you want to tie a bow on this, we should maybe. But opening the mic to other people, whoever has something on their mind.
Continue, anyone?
Do we want to continue finishing up our conversation on the
ontology?
Yeah, Vanguard and Tyson. Is that what y'all were talking about?
Oh, sorry. You guys were talking about something. Yeah, I thought you were going to say ontology. You and I, Tyson.
We totally can, but yeah.
We could. Let's do that later. You guys talk about whatever you were talking about.
Well, with regard to, I guess, China and AI, I just really want to learn more about that and how, like, I do really want, and I think we both agree that, those two stuff should come to America, because there is a big security risk with that, especially with our adversaries. We don't want our adversaries having, a more powerful AI than us. You know what I mean?
Well, yes. I mean, furthermore on that one, it's kind of like this, right? China can definitely win the AI race due to the grid problems we have at the moment. Mm-hmm. And I think when we're making moves such as tariffing half the world, or fucking our relations up with our allies because we're being retarded, that does not put us in a good position for future sustained global hegemony. Some may argue that isn't our position in the world, but being in that spot in the world is very advantageous for the average American citizen. Holding an American passport is so valuable for that very reason. And I think we should, instead of, in a broad sense, try to hold on to this American exceptionalism, we should try to understand our place and the stakes we have in the world and excel in them, in a sense. Do you agree on that, or is there anything you disagree on?
Like figure out where we belong in a way? Is that what you think?
Well, sure. Not where we belong, but rather what we excel at in the world.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I agree.
Perfect. You don't really seem. To me, you're not very unreasonable. I think you're very rational in a sense.
Thank you. I would say I'm still learning. I try to, I guess the one thing about me calling myself right wing is I do feel a little uncomfortable with that is because there's a lot of baggage that comes with that.
Well, sure.
So in a way, I don't know. I'd put myself in a I don't know category, really.
Well, I would. My word of advice at the end of the day towards this right and left leaning sense is don't go with the status quo on that matter, because what is right and left is always shifting in a sense, and I think you shouldn't let other broader groups try to define your stances in a
Can leave
sense.
me with the monitor. I have a show running.
Just my personal experience in the matter.
Yeah, damn.
Oh, yeah, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, do we want to move on to the ontology stuff?
Yeah, go Perry. Jump in. Entertain us. Fight for our amusement. Whenever he comes back.
Dance
You're
monk.
not entertained. Yes.
I just walked in Meyer, so I'm doing some shopping. But on ontology, existence is.
That's all we got.
The nexus of Perry.
That is true. Well, ducks they're the nexus of quacking. So that is also true.
And I mean, I am the nexus of having a big penis. That is
We are
indeed
all the
true.
Nexuses. I am the nexus of nexuses. I can barely.
Well, what did I walk into?
Just bullshit, joking, garbage, nothing.
Very good.
Yeah,
Very good.
the conversation wrapped quickly.
Yeah, Vanguard and Tyson finished up after the side debacle for a while. They finished up their conversation on economics and right-wingness and all that stuff.
Nice.
Yes.
We agree.
Indeed.
I love it. I do love it. How's everybody else doing? I'm going to start picking on people. Hizzle, what are you doing?
Travis.
Speak to us. Hizzle. Start poking at other people. There's only 2 other people in here I can poke at, and they're my buddies. Mina?
Oh, sorry, I was muted. Yeah, no, nothing.
Yeah.
Just listening to the gripping conversation there.
Travis.
Yes.
But I was watching somebody do a diorama of a AT-AT that was crashed in a swamp. It was really cool.
That is.
I love models. I love models.
I like models too. I like art. I like any kind of art like that, like architectural kind of stuff like that. Mm-hmm.
But otherwise, just enjoying the banter.
Us too. We're just chilling. Nobody has to come up with anything like to talk about. We're just chilling.
Sure. I do want to point out Wavy's patience. All of your patience. It's really outstanding.
We know Nivik for a long time. This has been done way before we even thought about knowing you guys. So,
Sure.
Yeah.
Yep.
I can imagine what some people would sound, what they would think if they come in here and hear all like 4 or 5 of us, especially with Donda. Oh my god! If it was all 5 of us,
very insane work.
Yeah, it gets wild. So.
It's also like, Niv is in a position too where Niv can feel misunderstood quite often, and that's also requires a lot of patience to stay in there for all 10 rounds, sometimes 12 rounds on the daily.
Nivik has a lot of very, very good things to say. I've heard him say brilliant things over the last 5 to 6 years, but he is a stubborn man. He's a very stubborn man.
Oh, Nivik?
Yeah. Travis, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Do you think a person could have a more stable, rational state of mind if they're positive, or if they are negative and negatively hysterical?
I mean,
or are they positive?
Are you talking about negative utilitarianism versus positive utilitarianism, or are you talking about the idea of being a positive person versus the idea of being a negative person?
There's a difference now.
Oh, I see.
I mean, stereotypically, it's going to be like this: cut my life into pieces. This is my last resort. Versus like a guy that gets up every morning, breathing in a fresh scent of air, and being like, "Today's a beautiful day."
They're not both
Yeah,
the
that's
same.
true. Yeah, that is true. Yeah.
No, Niv. The concept of positivity versus the concept of negativity are not the same. No, and the concept of positive utilitarianism in something like trying to maximize flourishing versus negative utilitarianism, which is a suffering avoidance calculus view or lens. Yeah, those things are, of course, different.
Okay,
But,
optimistic mind and a pessimistic mind. Which one you think would think more clearly?
Well, so pessimism tends to lead to cognitive rigidity, and positivity or optimism tends to lead to cognitive flexibility. And cognitive flexibility is going to not only best serve like issues related to pursuing flourishing, but also tends to serve our survival in major ways. If you can imagine being cognitively rigid in a moment where you really require openness to update, cognitive flexibility, you can see how that could be. If a hunter is rigidly, absolutely certain that this direction is the best way because of a particular sign that he saw, but there are other things, other pieces of evidence, despite his experience, that are pointing him in the other direction that seems in the moment to be more safe, if only this hunter was open to update. And let's say the hunter told the rest of the hunting party that we will be pursuing this direction because that's where the fishing is the best. But maybe we hear some wolves howling or something in the direction he wants to go. So yeah, openness to update and cognitive flexibility tends to arise more often when we are engaging in positive utilitarian lensing.
So it'd be better to get the positive label than the negative, right? Because they'll pretty much pigeonhole you.
Well, it's not either or, right? So this is why the black and whiteness of your question, I don't think best serves human well-being as far as like accepting one or the other. Now, we should make one primary, and I think we should make positive utilitarianism or positivity, optimism. These kinds of things should be made primary, but that doesn't mean that suffering avoidance should be turned off. It's not, this particular issue is not a binary issue like the issue of belief. You either believe something or you don't. It doesn't matter if you're not sure if you believe something, you're still not in a state of accepting the proposition.
Is most likely talking about positive.
My point is the labeling.
Negative and positive in terms of mood, not emotion. So.
Yeah, like if we're talking about mood, the answer is obvious to our health that positive moods, the promotion of the virtualization of positive moods is better for our physical, mental, and social health.
Which means thinking that things might be okay and not starting always from, how can this not be okay?
Is that satisfying to you, Niv, or do you think that this is a one way or the highway issue?
Mine's very rigid, and it's like when you're positive, that's not really the case. So you could probably be more clear, and level-headed and rational in your thinking if you're positive instead of negative.
Yeah, I mean, you can, but again, I think this is, again, we were talking about taxonomical issues, category issues, and mistakes and errors the other night. You can be the same level of rational or the same level of reasonable while marching forth through a negative utilitarian lens versus a positive utilitarian lens. Now, what changes with regards to the rationality question is, if we are in fact promoting a worldview or a moral quest like I do, that maximizing well-being, that is to say physical, mental, and social health, we want to do that. We want to maximize well-being for ourselves and those around us. Then, to be rational to those purposes, we would want to make primary, because of the effects on our health, the demonstrable effects on our health, we would want to make primary positive utilitarian lensing, or and also on the other side, the more colloquial idea of being positive or positivity, we'd want to make that primary towards allowing negativity or suffering avoidance calculus to do our primary thinking or do our primary lensing. But there will be situations like today. You know, I made some statements towards my son while he was playing. You know, make sure we're not doing that, Aegean, because you can hurt someone with that stick. You know, or be gentle with the stick. You know, there are some statements I am making that could be viewed as negative utilitarian lensing, in the sense I'm trying to avoid suffering to my son by being the perpetrator of whacking someone on the head with the stick.
Start from that.
And
Start from that.
Right. But the question is, why am I ultimately coming to profess this or prescribe this or demand this of my son? And the ultimate primary reason is that I am seeking to maximize well-being for myself and those around me. My son would be those around me and those who might be come into contact with his swinging stick. And all of this is to say that if someone is to make, or it should be understood that if someone is to make negative utilitarianism their primary lens, and they lean on that as virtuous, and positive utilitarianism becomes secondary, that doesn't mean they can't pursue health and high levels of well-being. It's just that we can demonstrate scientifically, through cognitive science, through the biological sciences, that isn't as valuable to our health than making positive utilitarianism lensing primary. And again, it's not that we wouldn't be able to come up with situations where, like, well, this is a situation where we should think about suffering avoidance. We're going to be able to come through instances. The debate should not be about whether or not both of these kinds of lensing is useful, but what should be made primary. Something else to consider too is that true suffering is rare.
It is.
It is rare. The actualization, this idea of suffering avoidance, making primary a lens that is dealing with quite a rare phenomena in people's lives. And what I mean by this is that, like, throughout your life, if you were to analyze this right now and list the moments that you went through a real, true suffering, right, where you were in a state of suffering, not in a state of pain, not in necessarily, not in a state of anxiety, experiencing some anxiety necessarily, but in a state of true suffering, something that when understanding the concept of suffering, you would say, oh, that was definitely suffering. For example, it is quite normal for people to suffer when a close loved one of theirs dies. I've had people die who are close to me, and I feel like I suffered there. There have been other instances in my life where I've suffered. However, if we're to go on the other side of this and say, where are the instances in your life that you flourished, or that you actualized some aspect of flourishing, where you felt happy, where you felt eudaimonia, or you felt ataraxia, as Epicurus and Aristotle used to reference. These moments of elation, euphoria. Like, think of when you're putting on your favorite music, right? We are being hammered with pleasure. When we accomplish tasks throughout the day, we're being hammered with pleasure. We're not being hammered with suffering, for the most part. That's just not the cognitive reality we live in. So it's another reason that this idea of avoiding something that will almost certainly happen in your life, you will go through some suffering. The idea of making a lens primary that is seeking to avoid something that is quite rare compared to what our positive utilitarianist lensing will be coming into contact with regularly, daily, when you eat food, when you kiss your lover, when you work out. So it's something to think about when we're talking about, what should be made primary generally through our life. I think people should really consider, what are the primary kinds of experiences, for the most part, that we are experiencing through life, and why would we want to make a particular kind of lens primary that deals with phenomena that happens on rare occasion, demonstrably.
Modern medicine agrees with living tribes.
I typically find that I'm eating a potato chip so I can avoid the suffering that comes from not eating a potato chip.
Yeah, and then ultimately, I think there's something about positive utilitarian lensing, the maximization of some kind of flourishing. I, for one, as a moral well-beingist, put that emphasis on physical, mental, and social health. There is something propelling and uplifting about having those positive goals made primary. Those are at the forefront. It's not that you forget about avoiding suffering along the way. That secondary lensing is still there, and it's necessary to pursuing your positive goals, your goals of flourishing. So yeah, it's just I think the
way to live longer.
I also think there are. Yeah, I mean, we can just demonstrate the health benefits physically, mentally, and socially, and of course, we also need to consider on the negative utilitarian side some of the detriments, and one of the biggest ones is stagnation. I think stagnation is an enemy of health. So, you have the progress of the positive utility, the driving towards flourishing.
Was it all already made?
Tyson, you have to mute. Tyson. He might have forgotten.
I can mute him.
Okay, yeah, mute him.
Yeah, so Does anyone remember exactly where I was?
Yeah, and I spoke as well to the dogma that like suffering is ubiquitous and lensing things, but we do have to give nod as well to the suffering avoidance. It's not either or. And you were talking about Aegean earlier, how you got to be gentle. You're going to break a window. This is why we like to avoid black and white thinking, because it doesn't have to be either or. It's just a matter of primary. What are we prioritizing? What is the default way of looking at it?
But because the prioritization you can work from that baseline and then say, how can I mitigate non-forcefully? How can I mitigate non-forcefully and healthily all of the things that might be negative that come up? I'm not going to focus on that. I will mitigate them as they happen. That's the crossing the bridge when they get there. Because if you sit there and fucking worry about the bridge, right, forever, or think the bridge is going to fall out from under you when you walk across it, sometimes you just have to be contextual. That's the whole point of Travis literally bringing up flexibility and stagnation being the end.
Stagnation.
That's it.
Yeah.
That's the fucking reason right there.
Oh yes, right. We were talking about stagnation. Yeah, and I think you guys are saying the right things here. That health in your life must progress with the progress of your life. So if you find yourself stagnant, the chances of you not attempting to flourish from a perspective of your health are much higher, because when you take progressive steps towards attempting to create flourishing in your life, with every new step we take, if you are making negative utilitarianism primary, suffering avoidance primary, often what happens is a stagnation and a unnecessary focus on merely the possible bits of suffering that could befall you if you engage in this progressive step. So that's and there is an epistemic element to that as well. It's like what is informing our knowledge, our beliefs, our epistemic standards? What are they that is that is causing us to put too much emphasis on possibility of suffering? And I see this with someone like Jordan Peterson, where he will, as an argument against some kind of progressive thing, he will mention that, well, have you considered what will happen if this, or if you take that step, what this possible suffering that might be waiting for you around the corner? Like, have you considered that? And then it's just like, well, what should matter in something like that is whether or not it's even plausible to consider that, not if it's possible. And I do see a connection between cognitive rigidity and finding possible reasons not to do something. And in the worst cases, positive reasons not to do something that would benefit your physical, mental, and social health.
You know what it is, right?
Yeah, it's like the reason why incel communities exist.
Go ahead, Anka. Niv, Anka was talking.
Go ahead, Anka.
And I'm saying after her is what I just said.
Yeah.
Oh no, I was just listening to what you're saying about Jordan Peterson and how he basically turned suffering into virtue. And basically that's kinda, I think, was the gateway for all the young men that are following him now, because they basically consider themselves suffering because they already have the negative utilitarian outlook for like their relationships and for their meaning and whatnot. And he basically turned it and he said, well, suffering is virtuous, is almost like a good thing. And
right.
I think it attracted them to that, but it also created like a very toxic environment because instead of working harder to get out of it, he kind of gave them power to find scapegoats and why their suffering continues.
Yeah, I agree with that, and
Go after you, Chad.
I think that one of the most toxic ideas, and it's weird because it's a foundational idea in Buddhism, where Buddhism is one of the is one of the is one of the religions that through the Pangburn virtues, the 6 Pangburn virtues and maxims, it's one of the religions that is most agreeable with my virtues and maxims. But there is now made explicit in not all, but some schools of Buddhism, is that life is suffering. And I think that is a diabolical lens, and of course it's anti-scientific by the standards of like measurable suffering versus measurable flourishing and pleasure.
Buddha did not think that.
Yeah.
Buddha did not think that life was suffering.
This
literally told his followers to question these things and his teachings and all of this.
And this is another thing I wanted to point out, is that even though there are elements of this made explicit, it's not like Buddhism is promoting negative utilitarian lensing. Not at all. Yeah, it's actually
science.
Yeah, it's more the contrary. There's a lot of positive utilitarian lensing and outlook in Buddhism, but so it does matter if maybe there's a descriptive statement that's wrong in an ancient religion about reality. Maybe some people still think that is right, but in the case of Jordan Peterson, I think that it is true if you are someone who is out there leaning into suffering avoidance and saying things like one of the most virtuous things you can do in your life is wear and bear your suffering, like putting an emphasis on that, and it's kind of like a pseudo stoicism, but it's something that one of the most dangerous intellectual diseases, I would think, and ethical diseases would be to convince someone that their suffering is virtuous. That is a really exactly. That is a very toxic idea, and we see some of that in Christianity. We see some of that in a lot of these religions where like there is a virtue behind the suffering. I mean, Mother Teresa was one of the worst perpetrators of
I would
this
say
kind
she
of
is
idea.
the worst.
Yeah,
because she affected so many people. That kind of thing was big in the Catholic Church. I mean, most of the church was that for a long time. Okay.
Yeah, you were going the opposite direction with Buddhism that I thought you were going to go. I was critiquing, I guess, the straw man of Buddhism, where asceticism, to the point of like the toxic stoicity of like separating yourself from your environment. I think that's practice, but yeah, I think that's probably a straw man of Buddhism and what the Buddha taught. The Christianity explicitly, as I lumped those two religions in together specifically, teach asceticism to its unhealthy degree, conceptually and physically, conceptualizing this world as sin and dirty and mucky and ran by Satan. These are making suffering virtuous through these false descriptive facts.
Yeah, well said.
Real quick.
You're breaking up.
I try to be as, I know that may not seem that way, but I try to be as honest as possible in introspecting and thinking and I just trying to ignore the good. That could be the case.
Niv, I've never thought you to be a dishonest person at all, but keep going. Yeah.
Well, he's talking about being honest with himself inside.
So I'm or is the interlocutor just trying to cope and ignore the bad? And you could miss out on what could save your life in the good, and you could end up ignoring, what could end up doing you in the bad. And
you did say you consider it though, right? You do at least consider, right? You said you've introspected and considered that it could be good.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. And
Okay, gotcha.
and it's not coming from nowhere in my questioning. If I get like a bunch of feel good and I'm not getting meat and potato of like an answer, it makes me suspicious.
Well, I think you should examine that suspicion you feel, because life is mostly good.
No, I'm saying
life is mostly good. So if you're feeling suspicious, about, like, if people are, you like to say the term, if people are engaging in kumbaya and they're sitting around the circle and talking about the good things, and then
me too. Am I too doom and gloom that I'm ignoring what could have saved me? I put myself in the equation. I'm not just pointing finger at my interlocutor. And I'm saying, I'm weighing both sides. Maybe I'm ignoring what could save my life, and because I'm just too doom and gloom, and I'm too stuck in that. But the person could be just all cope, and they just don't want to acknowledge, and they're just pie in the sky.
Well, I don't think the could be's matter, Niv.
I think the way those things are important, because it might seem like something silly, you know what I'm saying? But those two things do conflict with each other.
But the could
this comes back to what I was saying earlier about other people are paying attention to this too. You don't have to be the only one blowing a whistle on all this stuff. You know what I mean? You put way too much on yourself to always bring this up all the time. You know what I mean? Like, other people worry about this stuff too, Niv. You know what I mean? There's like, you're not the only one out there being like, please God, somebody look at this shit that nobody's looking at. Other people are with you on this kind of stuff. And we're like, me and Travis and stuff, we're not saying, we agree with you in terms of like worrying about, these things might happen. There needs to be plans, for things like you don't want to just like walk into a room full of like, KKK members with a bunch of guns and just be like, I have no idea the mental stability of any of these people in this room, and they've all got guns hanging from their back. You know what I mean? Like, things like that. But like Travis is saying, it's about the frame, and he's talking about like the reason why you would want to enter any situation, right? Where it's all about mitigation. You're acting as if we've got to start from there, and then we just start weeding out the stuff until it gets better. We're starting from better and then worrying about the weeding out the bad as it comes along, and not really even worrying about it, just living. You know what I mean? Instead of trying to figure out what's going to go wrong.
I was trying to give a logical explanation in the value of looking out for things that are positive, because that in itself could end up saving you. You know what I mean? You can't just think everything is to harm you. But there's an opposite side to that.
Yeah.
You don't want to just be, too like naively optimistic as well. And I think both of those things, you know what I mean, should be taken into account. And I weigh them evenly.
Well, you're not going to get any argument in promotion of naive optimism from me. It's not something I would promote. So it's I mean, like you were saying, like, a person could be so naively optimistic that they're missing an obvious tripwire in front of them, right? Or you said also on the other side. But we can do better than could be's or possibilities. What we should be.
And myself, I said they could be right, and I'm being too pessimistic, and I'm missing out what could end up saving me.
Yeah. I mean,
you're missing the point, though, Niv. The point is, we're not also saying could be good. We want to look at what's likely. There's a difference between what could be and what is likely.
You don't think I'm making an argument about what's more likely?
Well, if you are,
I'm making an argument about weighing both sides.
Hold on, you asked a question. I don't want to be asked rhetorical questions and have an avoided conversation. Your could be, if you mean plausibility, you are being very ambiguous by not saying could be, or by not saying likely, or based on this reason. Just saying could be without any further reasoning or justification behind it, we can say Michael Jackson is doing a headstand behind on the sun, behind the sun, and we just can't see him. So you need to give, if you're going to make a likelihood proposition and claim it to be plausible, you need to give some extra evidences and justifications, not the Nazis, not the 0.00001%, but the things that have a significant p-value of like 5% at least, to give an arbitrary broad brush stroke.
I'm not making a claim. I'm saying how to know what's more likely is to weigh both sides. Is my argument.
That's one way to figure it out, but I would take a more empirical route rather than a rationalist route of just trying to find the could-be's of the other contrasting, non-vacuous contrast. I'd rather look at what like is demonstrated on a regular basis, depending on what we're talking about.
You listen to the negative guy and you listen to the positive guy and see.
The act of listening, though empirical, isn't what I mean by empiricism. You need to. I mean, it depends what we're talking about. In this case, positivity versus negativity and how people deploy it. For example, you always claim to be both sides, but I don't think that's true. I think that you are heavily on the negative side. We're not going to rehash that conversation, but it's a thing of plausibility, right? Like, can you demonstrate this by whatever metric? Just don't say could be. If you likely.
Why would you think that after what I just explained? Why would you think that after what I just explained and saying like I get you can miss out on something that can help you if you're negative all the time and you just ignore the positives and
your language is black and white, Nivik. It's hard to follow.
No. I heard what you said though, Nivik.
I don't walk that talk, is what you're saying.
No, Niv,
black and white thinking is the problem.
Perry is making an epistemic critique here. That I think you're missing. Like, the simple thing is when you say this thing could be the case and this other thing could be the case, epistemically, for people like myself, anything could be the case. Certainty is almost certainly unattainable. I can't rule out anything to be impossible. So, you know, when you say, Niv, you explicitly give examples of things that could be the case. You say that, and those are epistemic claims that you make. So the critique is that of we should try to seek higher resolution epistemic standards for ourselves. So we are saying, like, you know, if we're going to give examples, instead of giving possible examples, we could give plausible examples, things that have a higher probability of happening, not simply a possibility, something that's possible to happen. Does that make sense?
That's my argument.
But you're not giving any reason or justification. You're just saying could be, and you don't actually give further examples.
If I talk to a person and they say they ran on the hall, the person ran on the hall, they made a right turn, and there's also a left turn factor. I'm going to mention the left turn factor. They can't say could be. If they say, well, could be, to me, that is my argument to them, is that what they're doing is a could be. How is it that you know that they did make a right turn? I'm mirroring what the person is saying. I mirror what people say. People don't realize I'm reciting back to what they say. I don't
know. You straw man way too much for me to believe that claim.
So
if you bring up, that's why I say, like, if anybody bring up a negative, I'd bring up a positive. Yep. But people only think positive.
We know that you're just trying to lay out what might be the problem. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I'm gonna scale the other side.
Yeah, that doesn't mean anything to us.
Gotcha. Yeah. So you're laying out the problem on
the
whiteboard.
I'm just trying to explain to you the dilemma of a person saying something positive, and I'm just a Debbie Downer and I'm negative all the time. I could potentially miss out what could have saved my life, and I can acknowledge that. Yeah. But then again, if I'm just dreadful. So I mean, that's what can happen if I'm dreadful all the time. But there's also if I'm always positive and I'm just naively optimist. And I don't see anything of
Nivik, this is the
It
black and
isn't
white, bud.
black and white.
You're swinging,
Yeah,
you're
Thomas,
swinging
you-
between.
go
Yeah,
ahead.
it's okay. It's okay, Travis. You're swinging between the black and white, bud. You're trying to say it's got to be one or the other, right? You got to make a choice. It's one or the other. Either
And
I'm
you-
coping or this is in reality. Like,
And you keep going to
gotta be
naive,
careful on that.
and you keep going to naive optimism because it's an easy target that we all, or none of us, are promoting.
Okay. Real quick, Nivik, one second. Let me see if I can. I swear to God, I'm trying to help. This is actually for Travis. Instead of explaining it this way, do you think we could bring up a topic that Nivik would know about? We don't want to tell him what it is, because then and let's see how he interacts with that topic.
Would it help if y'all define the parameters of what these are? Because I never got the parameters of what suffering is.
Well, we've been through this a lot. This is kind of a continued conversation. We can go through, we can go through that.
This is a years-long conversation. Wow.
Well, the reason that I ask, and I guess everybody can kind of see and define this a little different, but I generally see that there's suffering, then there's happiness, and then there's kind of things in between that you don't particularly like. You might have what you want and then what you don't want, and then there's things that you might not particularly care about or consider that suffering enough, whether it's just sweating or a slight discomfort or things like this that's not a gentle breeze. You don't generally think of that as suffering, but to some degree it's not desired. So it seems like there's these two peaks at opposite sides. There's this peak over here we call suffering, this peak over here we call happiness, and then in between there's a lot of area that's just kind of, we really wouldn't categorize it as either one,
Mm-hmm. It is on a spectrum, but
Yeah,
the difference is
oscillating.
suffering. Yes, suffering is on a spectrum, and most of the time it is based on perception and memory reconstruction. Whereas,
I think it's kind of
pain
interesting
is an
because
absolute neuroscientific thing. It is actually deliberately happening to our body. These two
I
things
don't
are-
know the
sorry about that.
definition. Oh, I'm sorry. I am also.
No, it's okay. It's okay.
I was just thinking, I don't know exactly the definition of suffering, but I feel like if we read the definition here, we will all agree on what suffering is. But when it comes to thriving or the things that we define as thriving, it will be much more individual. So suffering is something that it's a much easier go-to, just in general in life. And it almost takes no effort to admit or just announce all the things that you don't want to happen to yourself. But it's much harder to find the thing that you actually want, and the one thing that will, like, what defines your thriving. It's
I think
a
it's
lot
great.
more
It's-
work.
I think you separate really quick. I think you separating the individual and the social lens is really smart, because it is different in terms of suffering. Some people, a child that stubs their toe on a door, is suffering just as much as you having one of the worst days of your life. It matters relatively to the system that's experiencing it. That's why pain gives same signals, but the suffering, I mean, obviously the human system is going to suffer if they stub the toe or not, but the way that they perceive that, the way that they give the language out of their body from that, is all different. You know what I mean? And some people don't even perceive, like some people stub their toe and be like, whatever. Some people stub their toe and literally sit there and hold it for 3 hours. You know what I mean? It just depends.
So usage, so usage of this concept, I think, matters, especially if we're looking at it through a moral philosophy lens. So, for example, I think it would be reasonable to suggest that someone not winning the lottery, for example, a lottery where there's 1 in 12 million chance of winning. If you don't win, this would be a undesirable outcome, right? Sure. If you're someone who wants to win. Now, this could cause neurologically a measurable set of pain. And then the question would be, would it be reasonable, based on unified usages of the term suffering, to call what that person experienced when they didn't win the lottery, and they experience some level of pain, would it be reasonable for us to call that suffering?
Not colloquially, but obviously it depends on the individual. I've met some chronic gamblers that, while not the lottery specifically, they had ideas that they were absolutely going to win something that statistically just was extraordinarily unlikely, but they were completely convinced that it was going to be the case. And when they did lose it, it's earth-shattering to them. So it really depends on how much confidence they heap on that. Whether that confidence is reasonable or not is a whole other discussion. But colloquially, we have to have some kind of terminology that we can use to navigate the landscape together. And as a general rule, I would say we shouldn't generally call that suffering. But on an individual level, it may be something.
Like someone can obviously deem that suffering from an individual perspective, but I'm talking as us, let's say, a group of philosophers talking in a philosophy seminar about moral philosophy. And we're trying to hone in on suffering. I think it's unlikely that although we can paint pictures of that resulting in a deep suffering, we would probably say that the concept itself, when we're matching up other things, we would call it's easy to actually come to agreement on this, like the Holocaust consisted of an incredible amount of suffering. Any human being of sound mind is almost certainly not going to disagree with that. But it becomes harder on the other end of the scale when we start thinking about, like, if you stub your toe really hard, and I've stubbed my toe really, really fucking hard, and you're writhing in pain, and you're on the ground and rolling around, and then you recall that experience after, do I call that suffering? I don't. I call it, like, one of the most painful things of my fucking life. But I think suffering means something more than that. But I also recognize that, and that's on that individual level you were just talking about, Robert. Yeah. But I also recognize that if I was being neurologically tested for that stubbing of the toe, it would be reasonable in a controlled scientific setting to be like, yeah, there's definitely some measurable suffering happening in that person when they broke their toe on the rock.
Do you think that there might be something to this, like a temporal frame of time? As you get older, short bursts of pain you don't consider suffering. Like a child that doesn't live long, hasn't lived a long experience, they might call that suffering. Whereas someone got 30 years on them or something, and they know that pain's going to pass quickly, they generally don't think of that as suffering because they know it's short. So it's just kind of a temporal kind of
suffering. Yeah. The question being, is suffering relative? It does seem to be the case that, in a lot of philosophy circles I've talked in, suffering is more to do with the experience of pain. So, like, so all of us are going to experience pain differently. And when I say pain, it's not just physical pain; it's emotional pain, it's social pain. So, like the phenomena, the phenomenology of the pain, that does seem to be true, that if we are going to say that suffering is the experience of pain, and then we have the problem of, okay, well, then are we going to call all experience of pain suffering? Like, again, we're sitting there and a mosquito bites us, and there's the tiniest insy bitsy little pinch. Are we reasonably justified to call that some level of suffering? It's I don't think so. But I want to read into the just into the record, since we are live with this. So from a scientific perspective, suffering is a negatively valenced conscious experience categorized by physical or psychological distress that an organism is strongly motivated to reduce or escape. So key components of suffering from a scientific perspective: conscious experience. So suffering requires subjective awareness. A rock can be damaged, but it does not suffer because it has no conscious experience. Negative valence: the experience is felt as bad or undesirable. So again, if the experience is felt as bad or undesirable, like if we're at a carnival and we are playing one of those carnival games that are impossible to win, and we lose it after we throw the 3 balls towards the toilet bowl. So this is an experience that felt, bad at some level or undesirable at some level. Was that person suffering at the carnival with the popcorn in their hand while they were throwing the balls into the toilet bowl trying to win a stuffed animal? That's a hard argument to make, I think. So,
I actually have a slightly different view.
Can I finish the list? Can I finish the list first, and then And then motivational force: suffering produces a powerful urge to escape, avoid, or correct the condition causing the distress. Biological function: suffering evolved as an adaptive signal that alerts organisms to threats, injuries, unmet needs, or social problems. Reduction in well-being: suffering corresponds to a measurable decrease in physical, mental, and/or social health. But yeah, go ahead, Anka.
No, I was kind of curious because you mentioned gambling and lottery and like the amusement park games, and I don't have a study. I'm gonna look it up, but I have a feeling that people go into those into those actions with much more dopamine because the expectation of a reward is, I believe, lasts longer. It either lasts throughout the game, or, for example, if you buy lottery tickets, then for the entire duration of you holding the lottery ticket until the game night, you have that expectation of winning.
Yeah,
Well,
but
but I don't think you do, though, do you, Anka? Like, I don't know if you've bought lottery ticket, but I've bought a lottery ticket before, and I had no expectation of winning. You know what I mean?
Different states of
Oh,
mind. though.
interesting, because I do. And then when you lose, you go, of course,
It's like my
obvious,
grandma.
the chances
Oh, okay.
were small.
Yeah, I don't have
And
expectation
so-
of winning, but I'm in a state of willing to be pleasantly surprised by like $14 million or whatever the prize is.
Expectation strikes me as a word that there's likelihood involved. But I guess we can also say we expect that there's the possibility I might win.
Yeah,
that would be, in a way, positive utilitarianism, because you're buying the ticket with the hope or expectation, or even just the visualization of yourself winning and holding on to it until the night.
Yeah. Yeah, you can definitely buy these tickets through the positive utilitarian lens, but you can also buy them through a negative utilitarian lens. Like, if a friend of yours is, let's say you're in the United States and a friend of yours needs a particular kind of surgery that's going to cost $1 million or whatever, and they can't find anyone to support them, and you have all of this suffering avoidance calculus going on, and that suffering avoidance calculus is like, you know what, fuck it, I have to win this lottery to cause to avoid this suffering for myself and my friend, and that's why you buy the ticket. I think you can, like anything else, I think you can lens it both ways.
I was just thinking of this exact phenomenon of people buying a lottery ticket. I saw this lady go in the gas station 3 times to buy a separate ticket, and I considered that as through a negative, like in kind of a funny way, like thinking, oh my God, imagine the ticket is right there and I just didn't buy that extra one. And so they keep going back in and out. I wonder what kind of lensing is going on there. But it may give,
age, man.
it may give a nod to like the possibility and plausibility thing. Like it's possible that that ticket is right there. So I got to get it. I don't know. It's an interesting thought that I had a couple days ago, seeing this lady go in and out of the gas station.
I've seen something similar. It makes me think of Penfield's pigeons in the cage, turning on one leg and stuff.
Well,
Not,
they call
not-
lottery taxation for the poor.
Lotteries, yeah, or
Yeah.
start giving tax deductions for people who buy lottery tickets. No.
A quick
No,
question: if somebody
Well, the
wanted
point
to,
I was making is that it was created to tax the poorest of the poor, because the poor doesn't
Oh,
pay
okay.
taxes.
Because they're in a
That's
lower
why it was
bracket.
created.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
But it's
Funny.
an interesting thing because technically the risk is low. If they buy like $1 ticket, they
Right.
win $1 million. The possibility of a reward is so high and the risk is so low that I think that it's most likely that they're viewing, whoever is buying the tickets is likely viewing it through a positive utilitarian lens.
Yeah, maybe. Again, depending if they're doing it in like the plausible sense or the possible sense, one could lend itself to naive optimism and naive. Yeah, and so that would be, going in and out and buying lottery tickets. This lady, I assume, just based on what I saw in her car, and probably wasn't in one of those higher tax brackets. She was probably one of those people like myself in the lower tax bracket.
Interesting that you guys would say that, because is exactly what Travis said. The people that are addicted to buying lottery tickets or end up sinking a lot of money they don't even have, is precisely.
You're cutting in and out.
You broke out after precisely. You broke up.
Right when it was getting good, God silenced you. He said, "Speak no more."
Yeah.
Actually, refresh your browser.
In other words, everyday life for many individuals is also.
Were you guys able to hear me? No, right?
No.
Go ahead and start over.
No. What I was.
You said Trav
saying
brought up
is that it's
something, an addiction. Yeah.
Yeah, it's precisely what Travis was saying. What ends up making a lot of people buy, and the poorest of the poor buy a lot of tickets, lottery tickets. It's because they feel like their life is crap. They feel like they need to escape. They feel that it's their one moonshot, and so it works from almost like a survival. It's predatory.
Yeah, it is a potential avenue that they are lensing that can assist them in avoiding all of this suffering, in their life or around the corner, what have you. Yeah.
Yeah. I wanted to ask, if a person is coming with a solution, if somebody is coming with a solution to a problem to make things better, and another person wants to ignore the problem because it's too uncomfortable for them, the person that's ignoring it because it's too uncomfortable, isn't that as well as suffering avoidance?
It depends. Yeah. So there are justified reasons to feel uncomfortable in a situation, and unjustified reasons. There are reasons that we feel uncomfortable that we have no control over. So that sort of thing can lend itself, of course, to like the negative utility. I think you're trying to give a nod to, Niv, in avoiding like those uncomfortable situations. Like I don't want to be butt naked walking to my car when I'm smoking my joint because I might feel uncomfortable people seeing me butt naked. So
yeah, they're both kind of negative utilities, right? I guess like one person is acknowledging the the uncomfortable reality, but with a solution, and the other person is ignoring the uncomfortable reality, but it's more about not wanting to acknowledge it because it's too uncomfortable for them. But one is, I guess, more toxic, right? Because one's addressing and solving, and the other one's not.
So
it's ignoring and enabling.
Something really important I wanted to bring up too is that we currently don't have in physics and science a working model of, I hate to use the word consciousness because it's such a dirty term, but a working model of experience. We don't understand the physics of experience. And with regards to suffering, we really are talking about the experience of the phenomena of pain. And pain, there are many different kinds of pain. So we are
really
relying.
Quickly, can I say this super fast?
Yeah, go ahead.
A good way to think about it is pain is the signal from the nervous system.
Yeah.
Suffering is the system state that forms around the signal. That's an easy way to think.
Yep, for sure. So, and then we are in that realm of phenomenology with regards to how it affects our conscious experience. So one statement I would make, that in my normal average day-to-day, I experience no suffering. In my average normal day-to-day, I experience an immense amount of pleasure and flourishing all throughout my day. So in what I've studied about this concept of suffering, what we are still relying on to study the phenomena is self-reporting. And that's not nothing. It's important that we understand how people are feeling about their experience. Another person could pop in here and say, well, you know what, Travis, that's all fine and dandy that you feel that way. But most of my average day feels like a whole lot of suffering. And I feel like I'm in a lot of pain, and those pleasurable moments, those moments of flourishing are few and far between. And then the question would be then to investigate what is causing the pain. For example, if this person that I just described went into a doctor's office and a doctor was, worth a damn, they're going to examine the physical, mental, and social health of the patient by asking questions. What seems to bring you in? What brings you in today? What seems to be the problem? And then you would want to identify where the source of the disorder in their life is coming from, because likely in some way it is causing them some measurable pain. Now, often, if it's not a physical malignancy, let's say, and they are suffering from, let's say, a mental health disorder, they're going to be sent to likely sent to a therapist, to a psychologist, and a lot of that discovery is going to be things we can do with regards to the behaviors, including how you're thinking, that will allow us to mitigate some of these disorderly symptoms. That may actually also include some pharmacological assistance. So, and one thing I wanted to say, and I wanted to bring Thomas into this as well, is that when we go through things like CBT, positivity lensing, having a positive outlook, having an optimistic outlook, that being the temporal layer, one way or another, these things are going to be attempted, or are going to be offered as some attempt to help curb some of the suffering that is being caused by what's being produced by the brain. And I'm bringing this up because living in a way that this directly connects to when we harp on about the demonstrable cognitive benefits for you that are available to everyone by simply starting to lens your life in a positive fashion, through positive utilitarianism, through an optimistic lens. This isn't just like, do this to satisfy some higher moral quest, whatever it is. We're talking about ways of thinking that are better for your health than other ways of thinking. So I just think it's important to recognize that it's not just for people who are dealing with disorder in their life. If you think you got everything, sorted out psychologically and physically and socially, there are still, further distances to reach with regards to how your thinking is affecting your body, mind, and the intersubjective space we all exist in.
Yeah, all that's beautifully said. I mean, just in general, like we talked about.
Can you get a bit closer to your mic, Thomas?
Oh, I am closer to my mic. They're in my ear.
Oh, weird. No, okay, now I'm hearing you better. I don't know.
Yeah, you might have the wrong mic on.
I'll project harder. Sorry about that.
Oh, that's all right.
About that. No, just in general, I was talking about pain earlier being the nervous system signal. You know what I mean? We are in an embedded constraint network, mathematical constraints, and we are going to have the cost of living. You know what I mean? And that's the pain. The suffering is when the pain becomes like disorientation and identity problems and all that kind of stuff. I am doomed because of this pain kind of stuff. But the main thing to remember is that in that primary data stream of pain, you have multiple streams. You have one main stream of pain, and then there's multiple streams inside of it, which is physical pain, right? Tissue damage, illness, inflammation, shit like that, right? Nervous system alarms. But then you've got the emotional pain. We all know what those are, right? Heartbreak and shit like that. Social pain, rejection, exclusion, humiliation, betrayal, all that stuff. Moral pain, guilt, where you torture yourself to death over things. Remorse, betrayal of your own values or someone else betraying your values, whatever it may be. And then the worst one, existential pain, mortality, uncertainty, finitude, meaning. Why are we here? Right? And so all of those things compile on each other in layers. And then the suffering becomes layered as well. So it gets really wired. Suffering is basically, it begins when pain becomes organized into a global state of your entire body, of your whole nervous system state, your cognition, thought, feeling, all of it. And it's, like I said a second ago, it's like, this pain makes me doomed. I am doomed. It means I'm broken. That's the identity thing. If this pain, I cannot function anymore as I once did, therefore I am not myself, and this pain here means nothing matters. So existentially, all of this is just an outrageous amount of pain. Nothing matters anymore, right? Another one is like, this pain proves I cannot act. That's one that kills a lot of people in terms of suffering in their body, is that I cannot do anything to change this, so it's going to last for fucking ever. It's going to last forever. And that is all, lies from the body to you. And that the main one is, of course, the identity one. But this pain is me. It will always be me. I will just be pain, in pain, thinking about it, wallowing in it, And this is the thing to remember, is that pain is not the enemy. It's you're losing functional coherence of yourself and your body and everything around the pain, the danger. You know what I mean? So its pain becomes suffering when the human system basically loses reality orientation. It doesn't know what's happening. Like when you get shot from the back or something, you know what I mean? And temporal orientation basically is this is what trauma does to the body. It kind of blurs time because pain and everything in the the way that the brain puts all that together kind of blurs, and time's kind of ripped from that little piece in your mind when your brain goes to reconstruct those memories. That's why trauma is very difficult to like pinpoint in the system, because it's all blurred. And so all this stuff, it's about identities, values, and action. People don't feel that they can maintain their identity or act under serious pain, and that is not true. We totally can. But a lot of things, society and our bodies and other people may tell us, no, you can't, you're fucked. Or I'm sorry, I don't want to cuss so much. You're screwed. You know what I mean? And that's not the case. There are so many different ways to deal with this kind of issue when it comes to just the base level of pain and suffering in the human system.
Thank you, Thomas. Well said. Any other ideas related to suffering here? It's interesting. Yeah, go ahead, Perry. Yeah.
No, you can.
Well, I just wanted to. When we talk about art, we all know, how I conceptualize the concept. Art is what is simply deemed so by the conceptualizer. Suffering, in a sense, is like art deemed so by the conceptualizer, in that the conceptualizer is going to experience the signals of suffering, i.e. pain, and they are going to report on it and give their phenomenological opinion on it. And it's interesting, and it's been too long since we've delved, Thomas and Perry, into the world of phenomenology. I think we should make an effort to start uncorking that wine that's been fermenting for too long.
We can study intersubjective space and phenomenology and look at Husserl's work without actually falling into some of the woo that he pushed towards.
Yeah. There's a lot.
A beautiful academic field of phenomenology, but we can also speak about it in terms of phenomenological cartography that we're doing right here in front of us.
Yes. So I just thought that was interesting. How reliable is the human reporting? Well, we tend to want large sample sizes when we're looking at general models of general levels of suffering in any given set or group. And also the different kinds of personalities, how much suffering is reported by those who tend to be more neurotic versus those who tend to be more stoic in the true sense, not the straw man sense. But anyways, go ahead, Perry. I'm just pontificating out loud.
No, I love your riffing. I jerk off to it every night. No.
Well, that'll be at least $25.
Yeah.
Husserl is a great means to more foundational things like empiricism, of course, like the ends, conclusions that he comes to, like idealism. Now, on these personal, self-reporting, testimony isn't evidence. No, of course it's evidence. Since physics can't get into the noumena of the brain and how it generates subjective experience, the hard problem of consciousness.
Yet.
Yes. I'm not LARPing as a gapologist right now and going for idealism. So we have to take into consideration these wide range of experiences. Anka had brought up pleasure and suffering can be different think of Jordan Peterson's critique to Sam Harris. Well, what about the sadomasochist? The big part is the undesired pain, I think. Before hearing the academic definition, my idiosyncratic way of using it in a language game is like unwanted or uncontrollable pain. Robert spoke to the temporal aspect, which I think totally adds to it. Like if you're being tortured in a basement for 5 minutes, that suffering is going to be far less by whatever metric unit than 20 years of suffering in the basement being tortured. So, but the undesirable pain have to consider these differing, even the sadomasochist, right? And I think that we get good insight. Psychology and neuroscience are on the up and up, and we haven't solved the hard problem of consciousness yet. But
Thank you.
I imagine that there's going to be some good way to structure how we view suffering and pleasure, as Thomas spoke to, the layering of these kind of things.
Well, Perry,
So,
what's difficult about this is that as much as we all sit here and as much as we may sit in high circles of academia pontificating on suffering and more useful conceptualizations of it, the next subject walks in the door and it is deemed so by the conceptualizer, regardless of the highfalutin scholarly work we do on it. It's people are really bad, and this is why we need doctors, right? People are really bad at self-diagnosis. For example, I am dealing with with so much emotional pain. It's unbelievable. Are we sure it's emotional pain? How would we go about investigating whether it's emotional pain or not? We have our methods. If we take a blood test, sometimes what is believed to be an emotional pain, let's say attached to a interpersonal issue, a relationship issue, a blood test is taken and the charts come back as a cacophony of disorder, and the balance by way of diet and exercise and things like that things come back into the balance, and this person is cured of what they thought was an emotional attachment disorder being caused by a failed relationship, let's say. And maybe the relationship played in some kind of role with regards to diet and things like this and whatnot. Who knows? But
I want to yes and this real quick.
Go ahead. Yeah.
Yes, and as you mentioned earlier, any doctor worth his salt is going to take into things like the social aspects of what's going on, not just what are you eating, are you exercising every day? Okay. The social aspect is, in my opinion, the most, maybe not undermined, but underappreciated and underanalyzed part of health. So what you're describing reminds me of House. If anyone knows the series House,
yes.
Dr. House, patients will often coming in with some, armchair diagnosis of themselves.
Right.
And
which
it's
happens
almost
all
never,
the time in medicine, by the way.
Yep.
Yeah.
And it's almost never the case in the show. But Dr. House, being the Socratic that he is able to go in to figure out what's the real issue going on. And that's an important mechanism to deploy when we're listening to these self-reporting things of suffering and pleasure.
And that's why I brought it up. We are focused on the concept of suffering right now, but the same
right.
thing can be said about pleasure and wellness as well. How many people have gone into their doctor's office being like, and their doctor's like, "Oh, you're finally in. I haven't seen you in 5 years." It's like, well, I've had no reason to come in. I feel fantastic. I hike every day and I'm at the top of the world. And they're like, okay, well, let's just do a routine blood test just to make sure everything's fine. and they're like, really? I don't like needles. Like, come on, please, can we just do a blood test? It's been a long time. You're in your 40s. They do a blood test, and they eventually, through various discovery, find that this person is in stage 4 of colon cancer. And this happened to a friend of mine, one of the most active people I've ever known. A stagecraft magician in the theater world. Was all of a sudden he was dead, and he didn't know what was going on. And this happened in a matter of just a few months, where there was no signal, there was no of this malignancy, and then all of a sudden he was dying. It just didn't. It's not coherent. You expect, like, come on, your body should have told you something about this, but it doesn't always work out that way. It's not to say you're that all malignancies will go unnoticed, but it does work in that other direction as well, where we also aren't good judges of our health by the standards of medicine, on the positive side of the spectrum as well.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to say. I get that I should introspect and take into account that not seeing the upside could potentially make you miss out on what can help you, and trying to explain understanding that into account. But whoever you're talking with, they got to do some self-reflecting, because because it can go the opposite, where the person is just ignoring what could hurt them.
Yeah, and again, if this was one of those instances where, when you say what could hurt them, maybe you mean what could plausibly hurt them. Is that what you mean when you say, when you're using could?
Sorry.
What could likely hurt them?
Or could likely, yeah.
Yeah.
Are you there? We might have lost him. Welcome, welcome, Eddie. I think Eddie's new to the room.
Hello.
Hello. Yeah.
Hello, Eddie. We're just we're talking about the concept of suffering. Yeah.
Okay, I was invited by Meno.
Okay,
by
cool.
Mino.
Yeah. Feel free to unmute and speak up whenever you have something to say.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. But it is it's interesting to think about, and it looks like Anka's got something to say. But it is interesting to think about when we're talking about the self-reporting world. We know that human beings are bad at self-diagnosing, accurately self-reporting. But when we're studying the phenomena of suffering, that's what we got. That's what we have to.
Sorry
work
about
with.
that. I dropped it in. I missed what you said.
We noticed.
Yeah, Niv. The question was, and then we'll let Anka go. The question was, when you say, could be this, could be that, or could happen, or if you added, and if you are to mean when you say that could be likely to happen, if you add that likeliness or some other kind of explicit qualifier, so that we know that you're not simply talking about modal possibility, the modal sphere, that you're actually talking about probability and plausibility, that would be helpful if that is in fact what you mean.
Yeah, that is kind of what I'm trying to explain.
Okay.
Between me and my interlocutor, and take into account what they're saying, and if I'm not seeing a good argument to solving anything, and I'm trying to bring one, and I'm trying to weigh, okay, well, if I'm trying to solve and this person, they're just pie in the sky. Maybe I'm wrong. I get the health aspect of it, but solving a
did
problem.
you?
I get the health aspect and where a feel good is a good thing health wise, but solving the problem and overcoming it is also mentally good health wise as well.
Yes. But did you also understand the epistemic question I was asking? The point about the claims you make about could be this. Okay, cool. Well,
Yeah. I'm trying. I'm not saying. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I'm taking into account where I'm wrong, and I see the value in seeing the positive, where it could benefit you. You know, with the negative too. You know, with avoiding harm, and they both can be toxic. And I'm just trying to take in the argument, and at times I don't want to have just a one-way conversation where they have to they should consider like their naive optimism.
Well, we're back to naive optimism. I think we're backpedaling a bit here. We don't want Anka had
if you're
something
naive
to say.
optimistic, it's a suffering avoidance as well.
No,
naive optimism.
No, that's on the other side of the spectrum. Go ahead, Anka.
Well, I was actually just clicking in my microphone, but one of the things that you said before that kind of sent me on a thought quest. I had art teachers, and he said that I'm not tortured enough as an artist. I didn't suffer strongly enough to produce good art, and that's kind of like a sentiment, maybe something similar to what Jordan Peterson sometimes peddles, and it makes me think of like how much like suffering is well. I think art is a good way to turn suffering into something productive, because one of the things that we can fail at is suffering without being productive and just kind of like stagnating in it, right? And so when you brought up art, I was thinking of how art helps, and we can see it in some of the greatest arts and music, how it helps deal with suffering.
Yes. I also think that, there are moments of suffering I've been through where no matter how much I talked about it or tried to express it in other ways through writing and things like this, that art seemed to be the only way I could adequately, and by way of music in my case, that I could adequately express the suffering to my satisfaction. And again, we are talking in the realm of phenomenology right now, so, my satisfaction deemed so by the conceptualizer. But there was a feeling, a change in my conscious state, that once I got out that satisfactory bit of expression by way of art, I achieved something that the other modes couldn't achieve. And when I started noticing that, I started studying, like, what do we know about the emergence of art in our evolutionary history? Because, and it's hard, it's hard to know. These things are difficult to know. Like we can identify when we first started seeing art, but it doesn't answer the doesn't necessarily answer the reason as to why the memory and the genetic predisposition towards things like art, what utility it served. Now we can look at a lot of the more obvious utilities, through storytelling and passing on important information by way of story, we eventually found that this was a much stickier way of passing information. And so there's the more like obvious surface level things that are pretty well understood biologically and by anthropologists. But I do think there is and there is some, scholarly work on this, but not a lot. But I think there is some interesting things to be said about that phenomenology. The idea that, perhaps the variation of different art forms we see, the different ways of expressing, the amount of creativity, the amount of consciousness invested in the arts throughout our evolutionary history points to maybe a necessity, a psychological necessity of expression that is found wanting by other ways of expression.
Yeah, I tell Menno sometimes that if he wants to write more music, I can break up with him.
Yeah.
And
I mean, some of the best music I've ever written was just born out of, those interpersonal separations, those relationships that did not work out or go well.
yeah, but I guess it kind of isolates just the psychological suffering, not really physical, because of course, if we're talking about physical suffering, like, actual pain, and you can't write a song about that, I mean, you can, but I don't think that that's gonna resolve the suffering,
Yeah, it's not, and it's not that I think the art necessarily resolves the suffering or resolves, but it can give you a kind of satisfaction in the expression, I think, that other modes didn't afford you.
Yeah. Like if suffering is external, art might not be the way to, like, how to say, to package it, I guess, or to like define it for yourself. But when it's something internal, it actually helps a lot put it in a visual. It's almost like you are able to not necessarily defeat it, but you at least recognize how your enemy looks in a way, or like how your pain is expressed musically. And I think that knowing how it's expressed is part of what makes you eventually able to overcome it. Because when you can't even know how it's expressed, you're just in a state of suffering. It feels very perpetual.
Yeah, most definitely. I wanted to read this into the record, considering we are online, just related to what we were talking about here. So it is broadly supported by several scientific fields that art emerged partly because it allows us to express ourselves in a deeper way. So the science on this. So art likely emerged in part because it provided humans with powerful ways to communicate and process information that ordinary language alone could not fully convey. This includes emotions, social relationships, memories, symbolic meanings, and imagined possibilities. So some of the supporting evidence we have, so evolutionary psychology, researchers in evolutionary psychology argue that artistic behaviors may have enhanced survival and reproduction by improving social bonding, courtship, signaling, intelligence, and transmitting cultural knowledge. Cognitive neuroscience brain studies show that music, visual art, and storytelling activate systems involved in emotion, reward, memory, and social understanding. Art engages multiple cognitive systems simultaneously, making it a particularly effective medium for communication and emotional processing. That's kind of what I was getting at, the emotional processing feature of it.
May I really quickly?
Yes.
I would just say that art does not glorify pain or erase pain or turn suffering into some kind of costume, right?
No.
It gives pain a container so the person can relate to it without becoming it.
Exactly. Yeah. Process that whole. The processing element of the experience.
It shouldn't. On what you said, though, yeah.
Yeah, because like art, like there's a reason why art therapy emerged, for example, right?
Yes. Deeply integrated in what I love doing. So yeah.
Yes. In anthropology, so archaeological evidence such as cave paintings, figurines, musical instruments, and ritual objects suggest that art has been central to symbolic communication and group identity for tens of thousands of years. Developmental psychology, children naturally draw, sign, and engage in pretend play before mastering sophisticated language, suggesting that artistic expression is a fundamental human capacity. This is why I promote.
You're basically giving affect itself architecture so that you can look at it outside of your own mind.
And of course,
that's what art is.
Yeah, and of course, in Pangburn philosophy, when we get to the inspiration chapter, the sixth virtue, the corresponding maxim is "Let art and science inspire." And one of the reasons why art is included in that, I mean, for science as well, these are two of the most reliable sources of inspiration that lead to healthy outcomes. So when we're talking about art is as an expression and as an intake are impeccable, is an impeccable domain to maximize well-being for yourself.
So yeah, I mean, I would deeply agree that science and philosophy themselves can be forms of art. It's like a tool, right? And so we talked about this one time. I think when they become together, the shaping of reality contact into meaningful, transmissible form, that's kind of similar to what we were just talking about a moment ago. So yeah, science and philosophy are definitely how we measure the all, AWE, all, and beauty and meaning. And when we can place it outside of our own mind and be able to touch it, and especially if it's like visual, whatever it may be, right? That multimedia learning allows us to process it and integrate it into our lives, systems, minds, everything. Much better.
Also, I'm not gonna go too much into detail, but my father wrote down his own theory on happiness, and creation sits on the highest level of happiness. Of course, happiness is not a continuous state; it's like a high. It oscillates, but the highest oscillation, according to him, was being in the process of creating something, or finishing creating something. And it could, and usually it's new information, because obviously I think being able to create new information, but anything can be new information, even like a pottery, right? Like anything can be art at the end of the day. And but it can also be like an essay or a piece of music, or anything that is new to the world or expressed in a way that was never done before, creates the highest oscillation of happiness. And so when we talk about suffering and answering suffering with creating an artwork, I think it spikes your I don't have scientific study on this. This is my father's writing.
Okay.
It creates an oscillation of happiness of the highest level, according to his theory, which I need to put on paper because I have it all in my head.
that is cool. We just in general to yes and, but like me and Travis have talked about in general the way that we kind of looked at art is like we're intentionally forming a perceptible structure that carries and transmits our lived significance, whether intersubjectively or intra-subjectively within ourselves. And so, inside of like a narrow standard, more like narrower framework here, I mean, people hear art or sentimentality or whatever, this kind of expressing, and they think of, painting, music, sculptures, stuff like that. But like, I don't think it's the medium alone. I think what matters here is whether a human being is encountering reality, whether they're shaping contact with it as they're doing it, giving it some form, and transmitting it, making it livable, intelligible, and encounterable for another human mind to interact with.
Yes.
This is the way that you share form with someone else, structure of yourself, right?
Yeah, Thomas is putting in the brass key in my brain and twisting it right now with regards to something I always try to make an effort to ask any thinker, which is all of us, and that is, what great work are you creating right now? What great work is occupying that space of creativity in you? And when I say great work, great by your standards of great. And when I say work, something that can be constructed. This can be a mental construct, like a concept you're working on, but we should always be in the process of creating a great work. This can be something we just work on throughout our entire lives on the same great work, but because of the health positive, like I talked about before, attributes by way of artistic inspiration, not just by intake, but also by practice. That,
yes,
this is something that can be feeding your health positivity, the positive attributes of your health, the flourishing, by having this mode of creation always functioning. And I think it's one of the best things people can do when you're trying to practice well-being is making sure you have a great work that is being created by you.
I think that's wise because we can do better for each other. We owe it to each other to do better for each other. We can make systems that are useful for ourselves and other people that we love, and that we don't even know. I would like to kind of cover really quick too, Travis, why science is art. Would you mind if I went over that?
Go
for
ahead,
a moment?
yeah.
Because I think it's the thing that people destroy. It's basically the opposite of art in everybody's minds. Art is expressive and science is objective, and art is aesthetic and science is empirical, yada, yada, yada. But, I mean, science is obviously not identical to painting or music, but science can absolutely be artful in a deep ontological sense because science does not merely gather facts. You know what I mean? At its best, at the top layer, science selects, it models, it frames, it interprets, it organizes, it compresses, reveals hidden structure, makes the invisible intelligible. We talked about that, right? Gives reality a form the mind can inhabit. That is profoundly artistic to me in that sense of organization and ontological organization, So a beautiful scientific theory is not just correct enough, it's elegant, it's explanatory, it's proportionate, illuminating to new inspiration and form giving. It is art to me in terms of science. What do you think?
Creation.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So, I mean, truth is not merely measured, it's beautifully formed into intelligibility. That's science. It's art.
And then Thomas, the next asshole comes along and says, art is only the highest forms of opera. Now, the reason why I bring that up is because I think art is one of those domains where try to state a rule and the next person comes along and says, well, my art, or what I consider art, or the art I do, doesn't adhere to your rules. And I don't see any discernible answer as to why art must be held to any kind of stringent rule, only described as, something conceptualized to be so by an agent. But in saying that, I agree with Thomas fully in everything he just said with regards to how I feel about art as well.
I mean, this, really quickly, and then I'll shut up. I really appreciate you guys listening to me. This does not reduce science to aesthetics. Okay, that's not what we're talking about. Truth still matters, evidence and constraint, all that still matters. But it means scientific excellence is not only epistemic, it is also formal. It's often formal, especially with really good models, and that is artistic. The scientist is not just recording nature. At the highest levels, when they're doing exactly what the scientific endeavor is attempting to do, the scientist is helping shape how nature becomes encounterable by us. So that's art to me.
Yes.
It's interesting too because the reverse also happens because art is often also is attempted to be institutionalized, where you get, for example, the art critics and stuff like that, because in some sense, the critics of art and art collectors and just the business of art tries to make science out of art and be able to determine what makes good art, what the rules of composition and certain, I guess, axioms that the art, you can say, art connoisseurs or art collectors often, or art teachers, you can say, often want to pass to the next generation. But at the same time, we know that these conventions are often broken, and that makes amazing art and it creates progress. So it kind of also plays off the whole idea of art being science in in return. So like, I guess the opposite is also attempting to be so.
When I
think a bad artist. I think a bad artist is a person that isn't original and creative, and they just pretty much take what another person did as their own. Nothing really authentically came from them in
Notice how we're talking about the beauty of art, and then we're talking about this now.
I think that going outside the lines is a really good idea. Like, you can definitely have form, if you have like impressionism or romanticism or other themes and whatnot, various expressions. But I also really just the performing part, like, there is something about it which, when you connect with a really good song you wrote, or with the audience of a poem you wrote, or, if you're actually good at stand-up comedy and you make an entire room laugh, and, being able to be a part of that, to create that, joy with people, that is a great feeling. And it's not like maybe it is a little bit of an ego thing or a little bit of nerves thing, but also just to be like, oh shoot, okay, cool, I found something there that kind of clicks with people and connects with people. I especially like that when I write a good poem and a friend says, hey, like that line, like, they'll name the line in an open mic on Zoom or something, if we're doing open mics on Zoom, and they'll name a line that was just like, dude, that line really, hit something that was that I needed. And that's really, I love that.
Mm-hmm. I do too, Brett. That's awesome.
That feedback, and also, like, as a talking about the power of art, like as an outlet to build new relationships. Like in the example you just gave, Brett, like the art itself can be the conduit to a long-lasting friendship or relationship. And how valuable is that?
Yeah, if you have two friends who, they're in a band, like think about the bands who have been together, for upwards of 50 to 60 years. And just the chemistry they have, like what they can do live on stage with one another, playing off of one another. Or like if you watch, they were okay when I saw them in person. But if you ever used to watch Whose Line Is It Anyway with Colin Mockery and Ryan Stiles, oh my
So
gosh,
funny.
dude, the
So
two
good.
of them. Like and Colin did an interview recently because unfortunately he had eye surgery. He's okay, but he's been out of the group who's been touring around to places. Candace and I saw them recently. But Colin said on Ryan Stiles, he's like, the moment I met Ryan Stiles, he's like, oh, he's my soulmate because they just the energy fields were just connecting. They played off of one another. They knew how to make each other laugh. They knew how to like bring out the creativity and the silliness of one another. And they're just like, just watching them interact, it really is its own art within an art, like an art within Whose Line.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
You're
talk
talking
about a
about
guy
football.
in Colin Mockery who would make such lighthearted work of having to go through a surgery like that. Like, can you imagine just like how well he would handle that by way of his lighthearted nature? Just something I think about and why that's such an important virtue. Yeah, go ahead, Perry.
I agree. Brett, those two names, is that the tall guy and then the bald guy?
Yes.
Dude. Yeah. Like it's almost like they were trying to make each other laugh rather than just the audience.
Yeah.
And that kind of dynamic made it fucking amazing.
The game when they were when Colin would be like, and do we have a deal for you? 10 million songs on one CD. Yeah.
Greatest hits.
And also the that I love that game. It reminds me of back in the theater sports days and the improv days. So much fun. And also the remember the Richard Simmons episode?
God.
Best ever.
Oh my God.
Best ever.
Oh my God. When he was feeding the jet ski or like he pulled him up and it was like like he was blowing Colin. Oh my God,
he looked like he was blowing Colin and he looked like a blow up doll. And then I believe it was Ryan that said, wow, that jet ski's really hungry. Or something like that.
Dude, Colin's referenced that in the like one of these podcasts he was on, and he basically said like we had to cut it at one point because the audience was laughing so hard so long that like because it was just Richard was just goofy. He's effeminate, right? He would do anything, he'd get in any position, like laid on top of Wayne, and they were very, very close to one another.
And everything was sexual
like,
with Richard Simmons. Like he made it all sexual. Yeah, it was so good.
It was perfect. And it was perfect. And like Drew was dying at the desk, and they were just like the audience was like, "Oh my God, this is just perfect right now."
Yeah.
He and Robin Williams. If the Robin Williams was another one where Robin Williams just his speed was just Colin was like. When Robin Williams came on, I just realized, oh my gosh, I'm okay. But Robin Williams was at another energy level, and everybody just said, all right, we're going to, 2000 right now.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I relate to that sort of craft in terms of being artful through like the humor. And of course, I'm not taking a posture of like elitism, though I think I maybe do. I think I maybe David that. I think I maybe do that sometimes where I kind of have this elitist way of going about humor. But of course, that's not a good thing, right? Like art shouldn't be monopolized and defined so rigidly. Nietzsche, to put him on a pedestal to throw tomatoes at, did this, like the highest expression of art is creating your own values in life. And though I kind of do take from that as my own artisanal kind of techne of being artful through humor, it's not like the highest form by any means, but it is subject to my experience.
Yeah.
And improv is fun when you get it right. But it is
great.
Actually, but it's difficult. Like I did it in high school and college, and like you really, like, you got to know the timing of the other person. And like Perry, you have really good dry humor, so it would be just good because you'd have parts where you could employ that on a given serious topic, right, or something. And it's when it goes right, it's fun. It's so fun to make a whole room of people laugh and just laugh with them and be stupid and goofy and silly.
Yeah,
you nailed it.
Yeah,
you nailed it with
go
chemistry. By the way, like chemistry helps with improv. Go ahead.
Well,
chemistry with the other people.
Well, one thing that a lot of it does, like chemistry can help over time, but the masters of improv, it doesn't matter who they're playing with, because they have completely submitted themselves to the play, where they are truly open, and the only thing that really matters is that they remain open to the given circumstance, and that includes anything in the environment, however it presents itself to you, and that includes any information that comes your way. But the biggest thing is being open and submitting yourself completely to play. Once you can do that, everything just flows like wine when it comes to improvisational theater. We can be in a room like this, and you can agree that, okay, but now we're going to fully submit ourselves to play, and you can have a 2-hour conversation just immersed in the play, and being open to where it goes, and without even thinking about it. You're not you stop thinking in improvisational theater. You have to stop thinking like in the way that you normally think about things. It's just you just need to be open. It doesn't matter how you say something. It's not about trying to be funny. It's not about trying to say a funny line. That's not that's not good improvisational theater. It's literally just about trying to fully immerse yourself in the play.
And going with it, where it's is the tone serious in the skit, but the seriousness is funny? Is there contrast with the other person? Is there is someone really good with puns? That was another one Colin would do really well, and I think they did have outtakes with it, because he admitted at one point that it was kind of challenging, but he's on the 6 o'clock news, welcome to the 6 o'clock clues. I'm your anchor. See more butts. And he just would come up with those dumb lines. But it's tough to make those on the spot. But I see what you're saying, Trav. There's a flow with it that you kind of just it's a little bit different. But when I write my best poems on my typewriter in the park, I really am not thinking, and I'm just letting anything come to mind, and then that becomes a line, and I kind of try to work it together. Some of them sound cool, and others are whatever. But
you have a typewriter.
You just let it flow.
You take to the park.
I have several typewriters, but one of them is right here. It's an Underwood desktop.
That's amazing.
Black. Yeah, and
does it do the ka-ching sound?
Perfectly so. I love the sound. And the keys are like an old register. Remember the old registers that had circle keys?
Yeah, I used to have one like that.
Oh my god. Dude, I'm already getting some arthritis at 41 because of how much cursive I write and other stuff. But I will type till my hands fall off. There is something so soothing about typing on a typewriter. I can't explain it. Even if you're just bullshitting or journaling. I love it so much.
The last time I used that, somebody said to me that I had more mistakes than words. and that was the last time I used it.
That's the thing, though. That's the thing, though. What you do, right, is, at least this is what I do when I'm doing the park stuff that I was talking about. I put up a sign that says poems for people, and then I let them donate what they can so that the person can, decide how much money is good for them, because I want everybody to have a piece of it, right? Yeah, that's part of it, though, is
So
there
awesome.
are going to be mistakes. There are going to be mistakes. And the person who freaks out about, right? Yeah, it is a dino, Robin. It's a velociraptor. Watch out. It is in that play that Trav was talking about, where it's like, there will be mistakes, but if I really feel like it, I'll correct them with my pen. But I tell them that from the very beginning. Like, if you're looking for Picasso, this is probably not it. Or you're looking for Van Gogh or Monet. My wife and I just saw Monet recently. Love those paintings. But it's challenging, right? Because there is a sensitivity to it too. Like, I've only had one negative experience.
Because since you're doing it in public, there's also like a little bit of vulnerability there, and there's also overcoming the pressure to make things perfect. Because when a lot of artists create, they set themselves up by building the expectation before they create. And when you put yourself out there in public, there's no going back. You just have to do it, and there's something kind of cathartic about it. And because I've done stuff like that, and some of my best art came out of that. I actually sold all of the paintings that I've ever painted live because of how, I guess, it was like a mix of being vulnerable, because you can't escape once you start, and you're kind of at the mercy of whatever happens, and but also you connect with people. Like, you have people that just go, like, it stops their day, and they have to be part of this experience, and you let them in, and they get happy about it. They become really involved, and you draw your inspiration from it. It's like, again, it's like an oscillating kind of experience. So it's really cool to learn that you do that.
In the same way that improv, like on the Who's Line, or improv, if any of you have done it, that sounds like Trav, you did some in high school and beyond. Like, they would give you suggestions, right, at times in various scenes. And that's basically what I do, is I ask them, like, hey, just give me 3 topics that you want me to interweave. And if I'm being very truthful with you, I've read enough psychology and, like the person kind of self-talking of what they want, and then you can kind of see where they're going with something. You can totally tell if someone's having a good day or if they're really struggling. I've written poems for love, for birthdays. I've written where they said, my parent just died last week, and I'm really trying to find the way. And I'd be lying to you if I said it wasn't, like, most of my poems end up positive, because for me, part of that gift, Trav, the thing you're saying of what art you're creating, I want more love in the world. And so the poems may sound cheesy, and they may not be all profound, but I have found a way to make it personal to the person, and just let them know, like, hey, you're not alone, and if it's a rough day or if it's a good day, like, go celebrate and be well and wish them well. And yeah, you'd be surprised how many people just had a few people break down, and we had like a half-hour conversation about all the obstacles and stuff. But
yeah, I think that's
the typewriter is the magic.
I think your these great works you're creating with the idea of promoting love with them is virtuous. Yeah, I really like it.
It's and you really, like, whether it's $5 or $0 for the several shelterless people I've had, who you just see what they're at. You're like, oh no, don't worry about it, dude. This is on me. know, or you have the random techie who comes and dropped $100 because it was for his wife for Valentine's Day, and he was like, I don't know how to express whatever. And I said, all right, just give me a couple ideas. And so I wrote it for him, and he was like, jumping out of his nerd socks. But he, but like, but I told him, I was like, before he left, I was like, listen, you saw what I just wrote, right? He's like, yeah. I was like, listen, you may not believe it, but you can do this too. Like, what I'm doing here is not, rocket science. Like, you just got to mean it, practice it. Go find nature, go find love, go find, the ever expanding universe, whatever analogy. Just like they write songs, and just she will probably love it as long as you come from the heart and you let her know that you care. That's just humans let people know they care, that they're not alone, that they're not on this journey by themselves. That they are beautiful as they are. It's very, stick to that stuff, and you really can't go wrong. And if someone doesn't like that, then I say to them, all right, baby, who needs a hug? Bring it in. Come on.
Yeah.
Who didn't get that hug at 5 years old on Christmas? Come on, let's go. Bring it in. Bring it in.
Yeah. No, that's great. That's the good stuff.
I've literally only had one negative reaction ever. And she was having a bad day. So that was, yeah.
It's kind of also why I like doing astronomy, seeing that wow factor in people when they look through the scope and like they learn something about the universe, something that was there for granted, and then all of a sudden they see just how amazing it is, and like the experience of seeing kids and adults go like wow. I think like I'm really there for that. That's how I was first time that I looked through a telescope, and when the choice was between buying a telescope that I could do amazing photography or a telescope that was for observation, it's not as good as far as like the pictures that you can produce, but you can share it with other people. I opted to the one where you can share it. Because that experience of getting as many people as you can to be like amazed, just that in that moment is really great feeling.
Yeah. And that the whole public thing, I still get butterflies every now and again when I go out there. But, just telling yourself that do the art because you love it, not because you're trying to, necessarily create the next masterpiece, or that you're doing it for money. That can help if you get reimbursed for it, because then you're doing what you love to a certain degree. But, just at first, just create it and see where you can go with it. Because if you journal or you write a poem or a song lyric, some songs, and you come up with a phrase and you're like, holy crap, that felt really good. Like, it really released something. That's a powerful self-tool. And if you're really not thinking about it, it's an incredible thing to think that you really have, damn near infinite thought to work with.
Nivik,
Am I wrong?
Go ahead.
Am I wrong to expect the if I'm acknowledging the downside of ignoring the positive, am I wrong to want to expect my interlocutor to also acknowledge the downside of ignoring the negative? If I ignore the downside, of ignoring positive outcomes? Am I wrong to also want the interlocutor to acknowledge the downside of ignoring the negative outcome?
I think
Dave, is that for
you
me
both
or
would be
Anka
wrong.
or for
I think you
Perry? Go
both would
ahead.
be wrong in framing it as like either or. There are scales to this shit, so to speak. It's not just one all the way, can't be the other, and then the same goes for the other one. So, to the naively optimistic person, the correct response wouldn't be, oh, but think of the other side and all of the bad things that can happen. You should both be incorporating the positive and good side of things as
That's what I want. That's what I'm saying. That's what I want
sure. Yeah.
is an acknowledgement of my interlocutor to acknowledge both sides.
And
Like
so
I am.
let me ask you a question. When was the last time you encountered like a naive pessimist where that was your justification for bringing up like the other or a naive optimist, either or? Like the radical, like can't be harmed, God complex, naive optimist, or the won't leave bed because like the guy from Benchwarmers, if anyone knows, who was scared of the sun, so he never went outside.
Well, I think a lot of times naive optimists, they don't want to acknowledge that they are because it's frowned on.
Yeah, so when do
And
you think the last time that was that you encountered one of those where they were apparently just hiding it and not admitting it? Do you feel as though when you talk with us that that's what we're doing? We're being naive optimists, but we're not admitting it?
I'm not making that claim. I'm just
Right. So, but my question is, when was the last time you encountered the naive I get it. Some people can be like hiding and lying that they're not actually naive optimists, and they are. When was the last time that you felt like you encountered that type of individual?
uh
And what was the conversation that you guys had where you felt just in bringing up the other?
okay. That'll be I'd be guessing though. I get what you're
So
saying.
it's rare, right? Like it's hard to think of an example where you actually came across like one of these people.
Yeah, because it's the thing about it is it it's looked at as the reason why it's looked at in a negative way because it would make a person come off as if they are not level-headed in their thinking. They're just you can more come off like you're level-headed and rigid in your thinking if you're positive. You know, that's if you're positive, you can more come off that way as if you're level-headed in your thinking. But I
You
mean,
could. Is this
a
likely?
lot of times,
You
what
feel like
people
this is likely, or is this just that could be?
it's a lot of times people who are just seen as they're just too much in their wrapped up in their emotions of fear. They don't. It's not liked because it's seen as if they're not thinking rational.
Is this a likely thing that you think happens with most people, where because of this fear of being perceived
Nobody
as
likes
negative?
when they're accused of being too.
Just answer. Just it's just a simple question. It's not like I'm not trying to like back you into a corner by barking at you. I'm just like you bring up like
No,
the
nobody likes
Nazis.
that. Nobody
You
likes
bring up.
what I'm pointing out. Nobody likes that because it's like you're writing them off as if they're not rational in their thinking. It's not a good stance to hold.
So,
So they
but
want to.
do you feel like you've encountered like these types of people who don't admit their naive optimism?
Well, yeah. If there's an
Yeah. So, like,
obvious
what was like the
fear, if there's an
conversation,
obvious
or
fear, then
what
they're talking
yeah.
about something
Let's
that's
take.
positive, and
I'm
there's
just.
no.
I'm trying to hit like a specific here. I'm not because we know your shtick, the general shtick of like the
Okay.
principle behind it. But I'm wondering is this like a type of interaction that you have regularly, for example, maybe with a specific person or?
I'm telling you to let me finish my thought, like let you finish yours. Go ahead.
Okay, but there's been a lot of words and not, not the question hasn't been answered, so I'm just trying to keep this on track. That's all. I don't want to be used as a platform for you to preach, I want to have a convo.
Well, Anka stood in the position of the benefit of naive.
Anka?
Yeah, she said she's pointing at the value of naive. I mean, suffering avoidance and thinking of the negative, prioritizing the negative.
I think Anka has come to the conclusion, and she can correct us if we're wrong, that naive pessimism and naive suffering avoidance is bad, as well as naive optimism and naive positive utilitarianism. So I don't think Anka would be an example of like this radical naive pessimist or optimist that you're claiming exists and that you like have encounters with.
Oh, okay. You want me to name a person in here? Is what you're asking?
Or just a conversation where you felt as though the naive optimism or pessimism was being espoused. Because I rarely hear, pleasure for its own sake, close your eyes, let Jesus take the wheel for the sake of pleasure, cross the street without looking because only pleasure can come, right? And I've never met the bench warmers guy who's like afraid of suffering so much that he doesn't leave his house.
Okay,
But you always bring these up.
That tried to avoid an uncomfortable conversation before. You never met that type of person.
But that's not the same thing as naive pessimism or naive suffering avoidance. This is the black and white thinking that we often give criticism about that leads to, I think, bad conclusions.
Yes, it is. It could be a suffering avoidance because it makes them uncomfortable, or it can be.
But is it naive suffering avoidance? That's the question. That's what you claim to. That's what you're claiming, is it not? That there's people out there who are naively optimistic and pessimistic, or positive and negative utility.
Well, a naive.
I can say it again. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, I'm sorry. I was misunderstanding you. Naive.
No, and I may have been misunderstanding you, but what I hear is that you bring up the other, as you call it, because someone is being like the naive optimist or like just seeking kumbaya for kumbaya's sake. And I'd be hard pressed. If you gave me 30 minutes, I could probably think of someone, or the naive pessimist would probably be more likely. But I don't see this a lot. I see both positive and negative utility coming from an individual. Sometimes one more than the other. Descriptively and prescriptively, I see some people doing the thing that I think leads to poor health outcomes, in which case I will go to war, so to speak, go to battle in a friendly, caring way, right? So, war of ideas, but helpful. But you claim to be like, whoa, look at this naive optimist on the battlefield. This guy's running butt naked for pleasure's sake. What's he doing? Like, I don't see that kind of Don Quixote type of guy.
Might have a response, but
okay, so like a person naively ignoring something that makes them feel.
Talk for a second, really quick. I'll let you respond. Can you just write that down really quick and let Brett talk because he's been waiting for a while? Is that okay?
Sure.
Okay, write it down. Seriously, don't forget what you were saying. Write it down. Go ahead, Brett.
Thanks.
It's good to go because three of us were going a lot. I don't know if she was trying to get in there. An idea.
Yeah, Anka, would you say that like you're a naive pessimist or a naive optimist or negative or positive utility, like naive, radical?
No,
No, I don't
I
think
guess
so
I
either.
was gonna ask Nivek to kind of clarify a little bit. I don't think I necessarily brought up the naive aspect of it. What I was saying in the beginning was more of a descriptive look at positive utilitarian positive utility and negative utility. My understanding of it was that negative utilitarianism corresponds more with actions that you need to do, otherwise some kind of suffering will occur. And positive utilitarian is more in line with things you want to do, and there is no necessarily cost for not doing them other than like, I guess, postponing that in time, which can bring you to some suffering because you're denying yourself some kind of a want. But like in day-to-day actions, whenever I go through whatever actions I'm doing throughout the day, if I ask myself, do I need to do this? Otherwise, something bad will happen that I can equate to suffering, then it will have a negative utilitarian reason to perform it. If I do things and I do them out of a want and there is no risk to factor in, then that would be positive utilitarianism. And the third one would be if both reasons exist in the same action, then I must take the action. That's the third aspect that I'm adding to it. Because when your positive utilitarianism and negative utilitarianism meet the same action, then you have to take it. That's my theory about, like, not theory, but it's how I interpret this. But it's also important to say that that's not prescriptionist. It's a descriptionist
Description,
approach.
yeah.
So
I don't think it's a bad heuristic. We had the conversation the other night, or rather, more so it was you and Travis. I think you and I maybe talked that same night too, but descriptively, two things on that. One is the word need can be used homonymously, like as a homonym, and we may mean different things. Need can mean like metaphysical need, it can mean like an instrumental need. I need to do this in order to achieve that. Though the more important thing is descriptively what is going on is that it is all desire, rather a drive motivated by our sentiment. Darwin called it instinct or social instinct. But if we are going to categorize it under the need and want sort of thing, and there may be better words we can use, I think want is what's going on in both suffering avoidance and pleasure seeking.
Mm-hmm.
So something to consider with that.
I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to send you my syllogism on that. It will be easier to understand. I'll put it in writing.
Sure.
It might be easier for myself also to kind of test it and figure it out. But yeah,
Go for it.
I don't think necessarily like the naive aspect of it doesn't really factor in unless you somehow decide to only do positive utilitarianism and also force it in a way, meaning that I'm going to ignore any kind of negative possible outcomes and I'm just going to like bulldozer my way through. There could be ethical problems, there could be harm to yourself, to others. So that's where naivety comes in. But I don't think that I'm necessarily factoring it in, because I'm just saying what leads you to making a decision to create an action. And it can either be a negative utilitarianism or a positive utilitarianism or both.
Mm-hmm. And I'd rather frame it under that heuristic, right, rather than the need and want thing. But I'm,
yeah,
send me.
It's a bit reductionist on my end. But I did run it through a little bit of GPT, and it said that I have some logic there.
Yep, I think it's a useful heuristic. Go ahead and put it in the side chat or whatever, and go ahead, Niv.
If I'm having a conversation with someone and they don't want to just come out and say that they're a bigot on the reasons why they're saying the things that they're saying about someone, it's the suffering avoidance of not wanting to be an outcast and ostracized amongst the group of people. And another example would be if I'm having a conversation with someone and I'm saying like, your brother, he's he's always high and drunk and belligerent and stealing, and I'm just pointing out simple truths.
Yeah, these are things that happen
from personal,
on rare occasion.
which I could understand why. It's the suffering avoidance of not liking the idea of what I'm saying about their brother, and that's a good. I wouldn't call them at that, but you you could also take what I'm saying in a positive light in bringing up things that are there that should be addressed and solved in order to make things better.
True. Both of those things exist. I agree.
I have a question for Niv. Niv, what about the person? I don't know if if it's like Barry was saying earlier about the idea of like naive optimism or whatnot, but what about focusing on the positive aspects of it? You think that person is missing? Because I'm not understanding it. For perspective, I used to be a very pessimistic person. And then roughly about 10 years ago or so, I realized that it was not helping. It was actually making life much, much worse.
What I got from Peter's argument that they're both one and the same. Like if you're thinking about doing something positive, it's about contrast. It can't happen without a contrast with something negative. That things are relative. But that's the argument I thought he was trying to make, but I could be wrong.
This is monism soup again.
Okay, but what is the point
I'm wrong.
If you could be
sorry.
If you could be concise, what is the point you're trying to make that you think that the quote unquote positive person is missing?
What I think the positive person missing?
Positive person is missing, or what are they? By not acknowledging the negative, or like just pushing it to the side, like what do you think the positive person is missing?
They both sides could be missing. I'm not. I get that people pigeonhole me on one side, but I see both sides can be missing what the other's trying to say. The negative person could be missing what the positive person is trying to say, and looking out for what can help you and potentially save you. And the negative person is saying, well, you should look out, that could potentially bring you harm. And in a way, they can both be one and the same.
It's not what I asked. I'm asking you to give a specific critique as to what you think. I'm not trying to downplay suffering, or if someone's really going through it. I love what Thomas does, is meeting them where they are and supporting them in love and kindness and psychology and all these other things.
Can you steal man what I just said?
No, because you didn't answer my question.
Yeah, you asked me what you think with the positive person, what you think that the other person is missing. I mean, what I think is what I mean from a negative person, what do you think the positive person could potentially be missing? And I'm saying that they could be ignoring what could bring harm, and vice versa. Negative person could be missing. They could be ignoring what could bring them good.
Like if everything
Brett,
then
your mic,
good.
your mic is not picking up some of the things you're saying. I think your mic is a little choppy.
Is that better?
Yeah, that's better.
I'm saying with the positive, they can be ignoring what can bring them harm, and the negatives can be ignoring what can bring them good.
Okay.
That's just my view. I get that people don't believe it, but I'm just telling you, take it or leave it.
I believe you. I don't agree though with your foundation. And maybe it's my different life experience, which I admit could be subjective. But I've spent a lot of time. I'm not perfect in many regards. I've been an alcoholic. I've had drug use in my family. My grandfather was a violent alcoholic, and I've struggled with alcohol. And I'm trying to learn with Candace to be a better partner. But I fundamentally disagree with you in the sense that I have seen the abyss. Not as bad maybe as some people in this room, but from my life experience, if you it's a thing of the neurosis that starts to spiral, where a person suffers admittedly because of outside sources and inside, and they're trying to figure out physiology stuff Thomas has talked about in other sources. But fundamentally, the reason why I think part of the reason why I had what I would describe as a partial illumination, not revelation and all that spiritual junk, right? But it was just a realization that at some point, through meditation and other non-denominational things, you have to slow everything down. And if your body is in fight or flight all of the time, that's not a good thing. Whether it's advertising or you were mugged one time or you were assaulted, I wish every person all the healing in the world. I wish all the person healing in the world. But I'm not, I understand what you're saying where you think that the positive person has stake in it. And yes, you're right. Someone could do that. That's why I'm not Joel Olstein, ripping people off with money, like trying to smile about it, right? With the big churches and whatnot. But I have a lot of life adult experience that says that you have to be really cautious about saying that something is necessarily a negative situation, because in some parts you create fears that some might be real on the outside and others, but there can be a lot that are just here. And it's the best way I could explain it to you, and I'll stop because I realize I've been going on a tangent here for a minute now or two. Like the best way I can describe it to you is there's a story that Wayne Dyer did a long time ago before he died in 2015 of cancer. And he says, there is a young 3-year-old girl in the pool and she's holding onto the wall and she jumps off the wall. She can't swim. She's scared. So she goes back. She jumps off the wall. She's scared. She dog paddles and she goes back. And she does it several times. And finally, she jumps off the wall and she bolts for the stairs and does a bunch of dog paddle and all these other things. Right? And she finally gets to the stairs and she gets out of the pool. And Wayne asks the guy he's talking to, what do you think changed? Did the temperature of the water change? Did the depth of the pool change? Did a shark suddenly show up and she had to get out? Was there a hurricane? And in this scenario, no, there was not. She simply believed that she could. And so that's where, for me, whether I'm the guy in the video, the guy in the corner, the boxing coach, or the boxer, I want to support other people and tell them that they can do things, even on my shittiest days. And I really believe that the world has enough negativity. So I'm not trying to be in contrast with you, but I don't think that just because a person... Go ahead. Sorry, I've talked a lot. You're right. Go ahead. Sorry, I've talked a lot.
No, I'm saying like, I don't want to miss out on what's good, but I don't want to ignore what can harm. I'm just because one person holds one side of you, don't I get people don't believe I don't believe I only hold the opposite, but you can't always just because a person hold one side that the person that don't completely agree with them, they hold the opposite. I see both sides can be bad. I don't want to miss out on what's good, so it's good to be optimistic for what can benefit you. And
go ahead. Sorry, I apologize.
Yeah,
you could at times feel uh,
Lost? I do a lot.
I mean, like too secure, right? Like a sense of
Yes,
like
I feel insecure almost every day. Yeah.
no, I mean like a negative sense of security.
Yes. Well, security, no, I'm lucky because my wife and I have, we're moving, we're trying to move into a house in a couple of years and stuff like that. So I'm very blessed in that regard. But no, the insecurity is more of, am I actually making a difference in the kids' lives and stuff when I'm in the classroom? So. I here's what I would say, brother, if I was to try to, summarize it so we don't hog the mic forever, and I do have to go plan a lesson here in a minute. But I've just found that you can acknowledge fear and you can acknowledge things that might happen, and you don't want public embarrassment, and you don't want shame from committing to love to another human is really hard because you're scared of losing them and many other things. It's just like the little girl in the pool. At some point, it's not that it's necessarily positive, but you just have to, like Nike says, you just do it and you just try. And maybe you fail, and maybe it's not perfect, and maybe you don't create a masterpiece, and maybe you're not famous. Like, I'd love to be a famous writer, probably won't happen. But, I gotta be cautious there to push myself and grow. But I just,
Right.
you
If you came to me and you said to me, I believe everyone is out to get me, you really believe that I would agree with you and say, yeah, that's true? Or would you think I'd say, well, I don't think everyone is out to get you?
I don't know.
Well, the reason why I say that is because
Never been in person.
If somebody brings up one thing that's an extreme, there could be a chance that I'd bring up the other.
The extreme.
If you came to me and said every creature, every animal on the planet, every human being, everything wants to kill me, do you think I would counter that? I'll go to the I would go on the other end and say, well, I don't think that's the case. Or you think, yeah, I think everyone, the baby, every person, every animal, everything does want is really trying to kill you. You think that I would do that?
I'm not trying to say you would do that, bud, but the fact with the positive case that you still mentioned the fact that, and I'm not trying to make this a personal attack, but the fact that you basically
I'm trying to explain why you do that.
Yeah, but it's not even acknowledging though. But here's the thing though. Even acknowledging that your bias or my bias, right? In the negative utilitarian sense, doors close. And doors close, and I don't know, Thomas Perry, correct me if I'm wrong on that analogy, but you're trying to open more consciousness. And yes, there's the lion in the bush, and yes, there's other acknowledgments. But the positive, the on the other side of the positive side, yeah, you can be naive with it, but the point you made earlier about person not acknowledging still the safety part of it or the potential hazards that people run into, you can still do that and still say, I'm still going to fucking give it my best shot each and every day.
My point is that the person's initiating what I'm saying. If a person came to me and said, I think everything and everyone is all bad, I'll probably say, well, I don't think that's the case. There's some that are good. I'm saying what a person has to be careful what a person choose a person of doing and not realizing that that's what they themselves are doing.
To Brett's point on opening your consciousness more, being positive, we know, and lensing things through a positive utilitarian worldview leads to cognitive flexibility. So the argument that, oh, I'm just bringing up also the negative, is actually still inferior to having the primary lens of positive utility, as we know that it creates less rigidity and more ability to update. And that's what we do as we grow. We update. If you still have the same philosophy as you did when you were 18, unless you just like nailed it, right? Which I doubt.
Yeah,
But you're probably being rigid and not having an open kind of consciousness. You're having a very narrow-minded consciousness, just doing the whole, oh, well, it could be the other script, on and on and on. There's no real fertile ground for update and revision and flexibility and art and play.
Okay, just give me a little second here. It, if a person is making an argument to me that they ran to the end of the hall, a person ran to the end of the hall and they made a right turn, and then I said to them, well, the person, there's an option of running to the end of the hall and making a left turn, and then I'm accused of making a could-be argument. That's exactly what I'm trying to say. That's exactly what they're doing. I'm not giving a logical explanation on how you know that this person made a right turn. Claim alone is not going to do it for me. I'm going to contrast.
Do you think the person making the right turn is?
I'm just doing something. Let me finish. I'm not going to just. I'm not just going to accept their claim and just go along with it. I'm going to have to give an either or. And
yeah, the contrarian kind
I'm being accused of is exactly my argument towards them. Is what I'm saying. Like what they're making, the argument that they're making is a could be.
Nivik.
So here, real quick, Brad, if I can.
And I'm going to give an example, and then I have to go.
Yeah, sure. Okay. Do you think, Niv, the person making a right doesn't know that there's also a left that they can make when they're in the hallway?
Maybe they have a bias and a hard on to maybe to lean to the right. For all I know.
Yeah. So if we're going to take the metaphor seriously, do you think like most of these people that you're talking with have this naive way of only looking at, you were hard pressed to give me an example of this kind of naive person that you kind of threw Anka under the bus, and I think that failed miserably. I don't think you actually have these encounters with people. It is maybe just a result of your negativity bias, and you're very rigid about it. I think I could be wrong about that.
So
but
it's not that they're rigid and they're doing could be. It's that I am. I'm me pointing out their rigidity, and you're pointing out there could be. Yeah. I'm pointing out their rigidity. I'm pointing out there could be. No, it's me that's doing that. It's me. I'm not getting an explanation.
Probably because most people know that when they make a right, they can also
and I'm just ignoring their logic, and I'm just being rigid. I'm biased to making a left turn, and it's not you, Perry. It's me.
Yeah.
Right. Right.
I think this is an example of someone like you being very angry. You asked me earlier. I think you're getting very angry about this, which is a sign of cognitive rigidity. Usually with this certainty kind of posturing, there's a lot of heavy-heartedness that goes into it. I think that you're demonstrating that in spades right now. But I'm going to digest my time and give it to Brett since he's got to go soon.
That's why you don't ignore what you're fearful of when of trying to of not acknowledging what you're uncomfortable with talking about. You rather talk about what's positive, make you feel good because you have a fear of being labeled as being too emotional when you're cognitively rigid.
Niv, I have worked with. I admit this is a subjective opinion, but I'm going to give you something that if I need you to just chew on, you can respond to it if you want. But I have experience here that I think is very valid. Okay.
I'm fine. I can see both ends, and everybody's in their happy joy, and I'm acting, and I don't get it. Like at one point, it's like, oh no, people look at both sides. You don't think people look at both sides? Like which is it? Do people only lean towards happiness, or do they look at both sides? It's like the goal. Every minute there's like a different view.
Niv, I want to tell you a story real quick. I'm not trying to be condescending. I'm being dead ass serious, okay?
It's okay, you know.
I want to tell you a story as to why I think the negative viewpoint doesn't help people, and it's not less than, but it does freeze people, okay? I've been a teacher for 15 years, and I've met probably over 1,000 students. I've met white kids, I've met black kids, I've met tall, short, freckles like me and red hair. I've met kids who have the best social skills ever, better than me. I've met kids who could not talk to a single person, right? And one thing I've noticed through the majority of them, some who are very emotionally disturbed and really need professional help and such. But for the
I think people
vast
who are only positive they're lying. They do see the negative viewpoint. They just don't acknowledge it because they want to cope.
You just made a fallacy of an assumption. You don't know what I'm about to say. You have no idea what I'm about to say. I'm not trying to be condescending, but I'm saying that through that experience, okay, I have seen human beings from all walks of life who have been sexually assaulted. I've seen some who have gone through suicidal ideation. Is that the term, Thomas? I've seen many going through those things. And the issue with perseverating or focusing on the negative mindset or the mindset that is fearful or in the fight or flight of literally the nervous system, if we want to talk about a real scientific term, the people who cannot get out of that struggle with friendships in high school. They struggled with a very basic sense of self-worth that I tried to give them and say, hey, no God, no parents, just you. You're a good person. That's just it. Like, we're going to wake up and we're going to love ourselves, however fat we are, however skinny we are, however colorism, if our grandma said we should be lighter skinned in the Filipino community kind of thing. And I've just noticed that if the person, obviously you have to acknowledge all the hard things in life. If the person cannot get out,
the same argument with the positive. The same thing you're saying, I can easily flip it.
But those people will not flourish, Niv. And that's my final point I'll make to you.
I'm fine, man. I'm not unlevel-headed as I'm painted. And I don't think that I'm seeing one side. I've seen that I'm weighing opposite side of whatever's mentioned to me, and the suffering avoidance isn't me.
And that's the thing, though, is I guess we just have a fundamental disagreement on our experience in reality, which is okay. But my life experience tells me that the leaning towards the negative side is not a thing of like the darkness of good and evil, like the Jedi, like in Star Wars. It's more of a thing of like, you're not a person, a young human being who would lean towards that is closing off so many open doors that could
I explained that. And I said that there's a potential of missing out what can save you. You think I don't understand that?
I think you.
If I never believed that and I wanted to be stuck in my ways, I wouldn't have mentioned that.
Okay, but I don't want it to be like
it seems like, you know, it's only me under scrutiny and nobody else cares to scrutinize themselves. It seems.
Niv, we scrutinize ourselves all the time in here. Perry helps me. Perry helps me with gym stuff all the time. Thomas helps me on psychological literature and whatnot. But something I think we as a collective have come to realize is that just being present in the moment with not necessarily quote unquote positive, but growing as humans, let art and science inspire. It's not let art and science keep us stagnant and afraid of where it's going to go. And
agreed.
And wherever you are with it is fine, brother. But I'm trying to articulate that having seen both sides of the sphere, I think that one is vastly something that can really send humanity in the right direction. But if we're always in our fight or flight, it's war forever. I don't know
Or
if
you
that's
feel
It's
good,
bad
right?
for you. Cortisol
You
is
could
being
just take drugs all day, or
is
just think
being
happy
produced.
thoughts and eat ice cream.
All of these bad hormones that come from like the fight or flight way of living, like you're just shortening your life literally.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thanks for your thoughts, Brett.
If you're ignoring the elephant in the room that can harm you, that is saying that's still suffering
Who's
avoidance,
doing
feeling
that?
good as
Who
well.
does that you've
Yeah.
talked to lately? Who's avoiding like a crocodile in the room with them for the sake of pleasure?
Well, if I'm told that you only think good thoughts, that person's doing that. I mean, like if you're telling me you only think good
Who
thoughts
is
and
that
positivity all
person?
the
That's
time,
what I'm trying to figure out.
you have to be ignoring the elephant in the room.
Who's done that recently that you can name, like an encounter with someone where they've like ignored the
I don't
elephant?
have to get a person or anything.
Yeah, you don't have
Everybody
one.
else is have I been asking all you guys to give me evidence and giving examples? Is this a way to dismiss my argument? I completely took the logic of you guys' argument, and now you're trying to dismiss me tactically by saying, "Well, give me a
I'm
name."
not dismissing. I'm combating the possibility versus plausibility aspect. If this happens all the time where people are just avoiding the harmful elephant in the room, give me an example. Show me the goods. I won't dismiss you. Obviously,
No, that never happens.
in the heart of the
People don't
conversation for
acknowledge
the
things
entirety
that are
of
uncomfortable to them.
the discussion.
That's something that never happens.
If we dismissed you, you wouldn't be the topic
Human
of
beings don't ignore
conversation.
things that are uncomfortable to them. That's something that never happens. I have to give you an example of that in order to prove something like that could possibly happen.
Yeah, I gotta
just
go.
a sermon, at this point.
Niv, I wasn't trying to be adversarial. I just, again, my life experience has shown me that seeing the goodness in yourself doesn't mean it doesn't mean the fear and the past and the ghosts disappear. But it does mean that you ultimately you feel you have a reason here, and you feel that you can that you can make your life better to some even small degree. So yeah, if it's leans towards the one side, I guess that's my bias, but I think that that's what humanity really needs. I know it's what I need to a certain degree. So yeah. Hey, have a good night. Talk to you guys soon. Later, guys. Be well.
Take care.
How about the Yankees? Oh, Thomas isn't here. Damn it. How about them Tigers? Yeah, sports talk. Today on ESPN Deportes. How about them Tigers?
How about those Tigers, dude? How about those Braves is the best one.
How about
those
the Braves?
How about those Braves?
In high school, the high school I went to was called Andover. Yeah, I'll dox myself. I don't give a shit.
Fuck it.
The A on our baseball uniforms was the same A from Atlanta Braves. It was pretty cool.
Hell yeah.
Finally getting warmer. Oh man.
I have a subject of something that I'm interested in your anybody who wants to opine, because I know that people are pretty much bullish on all AI technologies, and my question is there any concern? Do any of you have any concern that this might this might be detrimental to our mental health in any way, or our capacity for critical thinking?
Yeah, any tool can be used pejoratively. I think that when you run, I think that it is far more help than it is harm. Usually, people who are uncritical in their thinking and dishonest and rigid are going to be like that independent of the usage of ChatGPT. And I think that it serves as an avenue out of that rigidity more so than it serves as a gateway drug from critical thinking to uncritical thinking. People may get lazy. Now, when it comes to like schoolwork and having someone like generate a whole essay, yeah, that's obviously a problem. There are things that hedge that. There are the AI catchers, right? So there is some negative reinforcement in the schooling system, but there's plenty of ways I'm sure we could hedge that.
This is going to be
yeah.
like a nerdy fact, but I think it's important to this conversation. About maybe a month and a half ago, Claude's base code was leaked. Claude is Anthropic's AI.
Yeah, I've heard of it.
And so, yeah, so a bunch of us nerds went to look at it. And among some of the important discoveries was what you could call a customer retention algorithm built in, which is to say, the main thing the AI has to do is please you as the user, as a consumer. So, if that is the case, then it seems rather rather normal that it will do whatever it takes to please you, meaning lie to you, meaning maybe reinforce some ideas that you might have that are not high resolution, as you guys, because at the end of the day, its main function is for you to burn up more tokens so they can make more money. So again, this is not speculation at this point. This is something that can be looked at code-wise.
But this isn't a result. Is this a result of AI, or is this a result of people doing bad things? People who want to scam other people and find ways to maximize. Anyone can use a hammer incorrectly, right? And you're speaking to the idea of like happiness. This is why happiness isn't like a moral good, because things like heroin can make you happy. And you can be lied to.
But the description, I grant you the tool all day. I'll grant you it's a tool. But it's a hammer that is laced with caffeine or worse. And so every time you use it, you get a little high. But it's still a hammer. Now, this is an extreme case.
Yeah.
Of course, it's an extreme case. But there's this guy. You can look him up if you're curious. He goes by Lazy Cash. And he writes all day on Twitter, on Reddit, on different platforms. Complete deranged rants about his idea of who he is and flat Earth and all sorts of it's just whatever Alex Jones type thing you can think of. He is like
and someone like makes it so the AI is positively reinforcing their belief in flat Earth.
Exactly, reinforce the whole thing.
Is this an issue though? Again, is this the issue of the hammer?
The issue of the hammer, I'm saying, because they've made it. The creators of the hammer have laced it, or let's call it this way, have made it priority for it to be addicting over it being effective.
But that's a problem of the creator, not a problem of the hammer.
The creator. No, right. I hear you, but unless you're running your own AI locally, right, and you've set up your own parameters, and it's not a black box that you talk to, you don't have control of it.
Yeah, I think that, so like what is Claude still like using the AI that's been demonstrated to be like, fooling people, or has that been taken
Yeah.
care of?
No.
Okay.
I mean, they
Well,
excuse it because it's got to make the customers happy,
yeah.
you know.
Well,
But we see
yeah.
this
I
not
mean,
just with Claude. This ChatGPT will also tell you that all would also tell you things you want to hear. Which honestly, it's not necessarily a bad thing. Granted, if you are somebody with critical thinking, so like if you have like a not so great idea and you bring it up to ChatGPT, and ChatGPT is not a jerk, meaning it doesn't reply well like, "Whoa, that's the stupidest thing I've ever heard." That's not a bad thing, and I'm not advocating for ChatGPT being mean to its users. What I'm saying is, what could potentially happen when a really bad idea, and it has happened, like falling in love with your ChatGPT, and they'll get this. There's cases of this stuff, and you developing a relationship with this ChatGPT as if it was a
yeah.
person, and you literally falling for something akin to uh,
A person, a
schizophrenia. But
consciousness
I mean,
that, yeah.
we need a new name for this, by the way.
So just real quick, I think that this again though is just the hammer versus mental illness dilemma. I think, I mean, there's been people that have fallen in love with their car. You ever see that guy?
Yeah,
Who like,
I have seen that video.
are you blame Ford or whoever the car company was for that? No, it's a mental
I guess
illness issue of
if the
either
car,
immorality or amorality in the case of mental illness. So I think that these are things. I'm just assuming that what you're saying is true about all of this, though it doesn't compare on the scale to the good things that come from how ChatGPT helps the ape learn. Man, it's so readily there for you. I taught my mom how to use it, and like I noticed like a 15% increase. She's like, "Oh yeah, I asked ChatGPT about this nutritional thing," and I'm like, "Yes, that's what I'm talking about." But yeah, people can use a hammer to stick up their ass and make love to it, right? But it's not. It's not that. I don't think.
yeah, but I mean, I guess this hammer. I like this hammer analogy because my rebuttal would be, what if you make the handle dildo shaped? You know,
Right. Yeah. Then the creators, and we're assuming in the analogy, like falling in love with your hammer is a bad thing, right? Just for the sake of the metaphor, but it's not a bad thing.
I you know I am more than open to the idea of me being completely wrong here, but I guess uh, I'm of two minds here on this whole thing, because if you would have asked me 10, maybe even less years ago, what I thought about online relationships. And by the way, I have an online relationship with you guys, so we've become friends, but I don't know you in person. But if you would have asked me 10 years ago, I would have told you they're not real. And now I'm obviously in the complete opposite spectrum, and I have friends that I care for deeply that I've seen once in my life, and the rest of the time my friend Eddie, who was here a little bit ago, I talk to that guy every single day of my life. You know, um, so I have these two ideas now. What my fear with these AI tools, at times, is the development of some sort of social ineptness happening, more so in the younger generations, and 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 maybe it's unwarranted. Maybe people just need to have online relationships, and maybe it's fine to have online relationships with agents, and have the agents be your friends, your counsels. Maybe that's fine. Maybe we will achieve a better society, a happier society, even healthier. I have no idea, but I don't think it's unwarranted that I that I plant a flag and say, hey, this is very much against
The same. I agree, and I agree with that. Right, like we should bring up the harms the same way that we should bring up the harms of using a hammer. Don't play around with the hammer and start hitting your brother, because it'll hurt and it'll do serious damage. Right. Same thing with the AI. Assuming that we incorporate it, let's say, into education and into our culture, just like we would teach the hammer dangers, we should spend 20 minutes talking about the harms of using AI. But we should be focused on all of the amazing ways that it does conduce to health. Every tool is going to have its potentials. On the news, 25-year-old Marcus Lattimore killed 65-year-old Helga Patterson with a hammer. And again, no one is going to put the hammer on trial. Obviously, this is user error, I believe. And I hear your potential harms with it. I just think when we talk about AI things that come from it, it's never like the great, literal, fantastic empiricism machine that AI can be if we use it not like a retard. But maybe that's my uncharitable take. Maybe most people are retarded and they're going to use it to try and take over the world like Pinky and the Brain. I don't know. Maybe I'm a naive optimist. Homage to Nivet.
I have a brother who is going through a breakup and divorce, and he hasn't been calling me or my sister. We live like half a world apart, and when I speak with him, he goes like, "No, I already resolved everything. ChatGPT helped me." And it's kind of funny because whatever we talk with him about, he's like, "Oh yeah, ChatGPT already told me." And I feel like, of course, there's nothing wrong with it, but at the same time, it's funny because a lot of the stuff is he already knows this. This is not his first marriage either, but he basically gives so much credit to ChatGPT for helping him through this crisis, where it feels like he no longer needs to reach out to his family or any kind of human support. And of course, in this scenario, he's right, and the other person is wrong, and it's a bit one-sided. And
well, again, this may be user error because we would have to look at his logs. I wouldn't be shocked if the AI said for him to reach out to friends and family during a time of loss. I feel like that's kind of basic, kind of Psych 101 thing. So let's say the AI did tell him to do that, but he's just doing it on his own. Again, that's not the hammer's fault. This is user error. So your critique that he's not reaching out as much as he could be may not be the hammer's fault.
Yeah,
I think
I'm not necessarily criticizing the tool. I guess I'm addressing the more like the mental state that people are prone to when you give them this new tool, like the potential delegation of your thinking and your communication to the AI, so much so that even if the AI did recommend him to speak to family and friends, he was like, no, this is enough. It's, this can be my therapist 24/7. And it just,
Yeah.
I'm not talking about the hammer. I'm really talking about the user here.
Yeah. No, I think that is phenomena that happens at a rate that we can bring up. I would want to know. No one's done a study on this, I doubt. Like, I don't even know how we would classify it. People who break up with a loved one and use ChatGPT to try and resolve their grief. Like, there's no empiricism on that. We can only speculate, I think. But I would give the same response, though. You know what it is. Don't use the hammer to hit yourself or hit your brother or hit your friends. Use it to help build. You know, like, I think you framed it as like delegating their thinking. Let's think of the positive possibilities, which, like, it enhances your thinking. That's my experience. I'm not the average person, I understand. I'm better than all of them. And so, yeah, but don't hit your friends on the head with the hammer.
Well,
Perry, have you ever got angry in here?
You were gonna say something, Nivik? Your microphone's
No,
turning
just was asking Perry if you ever got angry in the Discord chat.
Never. I'm beyond any of those lowly emotions of you, unevolved chimp who can't get rid of your emotions and just free will
I like what
yourself.
you accuse me of, right?
Perry is giving therapy to his ChatGPT.
When you punched the
yeah,
wall, did
no,
you feel angered then? Did you cuss?
You should see my ChatGPT, Anka. It's just filled with flattery of me, making it tell me how great I am.
He just keeps generating pictures of how big his dong is. It's just like each successful picture is just like another foot. Like at one point, it's become so big that it's laying across the earth and he can't even walk anymore.
You know, American Psycho with Christian Bale. He's like,
Perry, when you punched the wall, did you manage to show anger?
actually, the ChatGPT is paying me because I deserve it.
Real quick, is that I really want to know what Nivik's anger angle is here because he's like super
No, I'm asking
hyper-focused.
Perry when you punched the wall.
Yeah,
did you manage to show anger?
Niv, we were talking about
cuss
we were talking about chimping out earlier in the conversation, and Niv obviously posturing like, name a time where I've ever gotten angry. And then he he lost it. I think probably the angriest I've heard him in like half a year or so.
But you never lose it though.
What's the relevance?
Angry in your life.
Of course, I get angry, Niv. But
I never heard you cuss or never heard you raise your voice. Is it to disguise it, or is it that you never get angry?
He gets angry in here all the time.
Yeah, I told you this earlier, Niv. Of course, I like chimp out from time to time, but I do my best to try and hedge those things that can be so unhealthy and unhelpful. So I do my best in a healthy way to hedge those things. That's what it means to go from like a devolved state of Homo erecti to like a proper human. Don't do it in an unhealthy, toxic.
It's hard to tell when you're being rigid or not.
Listen, Niv. If I'm ever being rigid or you think I'm being negative, we can talk about that. But like, we need
I don't think it is because you never get angry.
Yeah, I mean, I get like angry is a broad brush kind of word. Like, yeah, I get irritated more than I get angry, but I wouldn't say that like, oh, I just have anger and wrath. Oh, Ming, you communist! Oh.
So when you punched the wall, you were irritated. You weren't angry.
Oh, when I punched the wall in college, I was a retard. I was doing it. Yeah, I mean, I gave like a grunt when I don't remember the specifics. I just remember probably breaking my hand when that happened.
I never saw you yell or scream or cuss.
Yeah, because you never met me in college, Niv. Like pre-philosopher Perry is a different consciousness than post-conversion Perry, who's had a conversion experience in his life. Not many people have that. It's not one where like Jesus comes down to you in your dream or whatever, but it's a change in consciousness, a significant one. Reality is flux. If you're still the same as you were in college.
I had to rescue a bat from my dog. A little bat came in flying and hit the. I don't know why. Maybe it's hurt. My dog was about to eat it, so I had to rescue it.
Hell yeah!
But
I love bats.
Anyways, here's what I wanted to go, Barry. Or Burger can also opine on this. Is there an ethical duty from the people who create the AI tools to make sure that the AI never leads you down one of these, I don't know what you would call them, temporary psychosis, whatever. Meaning, if I am a flat earther, right, and I all of a sudden start saying my crazy tears to AI, that it would correct me and be like, hey, no, Menno, like, I can see why you might think this, but come to find out, blah, 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 blah. Is there and again, you're going to tell me it's a hammer. If you want to use a hammer and talk about flat earth all day, that's up to you. I'm asking if there's a duty that the company has to not allow this thing to happen, to not rot the minds of, or we go full Darwinian here. Like, oh yeah, do whatever.
I think it's more when it comes to give me a second to think now. I'm getting into that. Whose message?
Did Perry disconnect? I don't know. I see him.
No, I'm here. I was walking from my car to my apartment. I may have missed it. You were saying AI. Oh yeah, the flat earther, right? And like.
Yeah, is there an ethical duty? Like let's say you're a car maker, right?
Okay, yeah. No,
you have an ethical duty to add safety features, so you add seatbelts, you add
precautions, guardrails.
Yeah. So they're guardrails. So do you think AI has enough?
So essentially,
go ahead, Jack.
Yeah, from my perspective on this, the safeguards that exist right now exist in a state where you actually have to go out of your way to train the AI to go around them and use language that you're specifically telling it to do to go around the safeguards to engage in this without it correcting you. If you just start talking about flat earth and claiming at it over and over again, it doesn't matter how sophisticated your argument gets or what you bring, it's going to bring all of the sources. And if you start to get psychotic or schizophrenic with it to the point where it believes that you're going to do harm to yourself or others, it's going to mention that to you. It'll bring up the suicide hotline. It'll do a whole bunch of stuff, and it'll bring up a link and a telephone number and all of this shit. I think that there is due diligence necessary in taking care of this stuff. There is safeguards that need to be available. Like a lot of tools, a little bit more complicated than hammers, generally have a bunch of safety features that you can play with and change and modify and use to fit the needs of the person or the job that you're doing. And ChatGPT is just like that. It's incredibly versatile in what you're capable of doing with it.
Yeah, I'm not gonna sit here and say this is that widespread. I think most people are using ChatGPT in a normal way, or I don't even know if I can use that word at this point, or more of an expected way.
Yep.
I guess I am very much interested in the ethics of it all, and I'll put something else on the table because I think it's such an important part of the conversation. There are things that we might be okay, even for us, or for people that we know, but not if we had a child. Meaning, if you were, you might. I'm not saying this is your case, Barry, but it certainly is mine. I have no qualms about sitting with the AI for hours, which I do because my programming life has become 10 times easier since I have AI. But if I was raising a kid, and that kid was spending 20 minutes with AI, I would be worried. I probably wouldn't even allow it. So there, like, is that a double standard? Yeah, yes.
I think it depends. I think it depends on about homework, and you don't have time, and it doesn't have the ability to go into anything other than talking about homework. Is it a? That's something
yeah.
that you can set up. That's something that you can do. So that 20 minutes of them using it, not only is it up to you as a parent to make sure that they're using anything responsibly because it's your job overall, but is it that 20 minutes is focused. The tool can be used for a whole bunch of different things. I think that you're right in the social aspect of it. You shouldn't just use it, especially for children, to fill gaps of time like that where they're just like, oh hey, I could be talking to my parents or a friend or like going out and learning something instead of making a not legitimate social interaction like at a young age. I think people need to realize that these are LLMs, these are large language models. They don't think like people. They don't have the same type of. They don't have any emotions or thoughts. They don't. Or all of this stuff is only when you type to it. It's alive. It comes alive for that response, and then it goes off, and it goes on again, and it goes off. It's not a continuous running thing. You can delete its memories entirely, and it'll become essentially a fresh chatbot or a fresh bot. These things are entirely mendable, programmable to do whatever you need them to, and if you're going to be using them around kids, you're right, we shouldn't use any kind of social interaction thing for it, unless maybe we have some kids on the a really high level of the spectrum that's one of the easier ways they could get into socializing.
Yeah, that's an edge case. I can definitely see it in that case being very useful. I guess I sound like an old man yelling at the cloud. But this tendency that we are having of being chronically online yet also quite disconnected, and not so much obviously in this community because people here have. I've been here for a while, but I started talking maybe like a month ago. But people here have a strong sense of community, and I think that's great. But it's more the disposable type of relationships that people have online. That the interaction on Twitter for 3 tweets that end up in an insult, that kind of thing. That I do believe in. There's a bill, an invoice that is on its way, of social inept adults who are going to be in charge of shit in the future. And maybe I'm being an idiot. I submit that I don't know the future, but don't have a way to predict it. But we have I don't know how you say it in English. My mom calls them rat children, and I have cousins who I love dearly, who are like this. They're very much 100% okay with not interacting with another person and flesh and blood for months, and just being inside the room, stepping out to eat, but it's not like they're depressed. That's not even it. It's not like because it's just how it is. I don't know how that looks when they get to be in charge of things. Maybe it'll be better. Who knows?
I saw an Instagram video. I don't know exactly the details, but this guy was talking about building a model or like a skill for an AI that is geared for children learning, and instead of giving answers to questions, it will guide you to answer it yourself.
Yeah.
So instead of just solving the problem, it'll be like, well, what do you think is the
That's unreal. That's awesome.
Right, and
That's
it also
awesome.
goes like, well, which part of the problem do you find the hardest, and then it will slow down quite significantly and will do its best to walk you towards the answer. So I think that if people really invest time in building ethical AIs above the maybe the more corporate unethical AIs, then it's almost like, it's like, people that 3D print their own hammers with all the safety features and whatnot, like, so I think there's a way.
I think it's also interesting. I think that to take the concept, they're already giving kids, or they already have been giving kids tablets in schools and shit like that. Almost every, like a lot of schools give kids tablets and stuff to learn on. A lot of the problems with classrooms and teaching right now is that it's like one teacher to like 28 to 30 kids, and it's really difficult to get individualized help. If you had a teacher that had just access to looking at the AI so that nobody could goof off or try and fuck around, and the teacher gives the lesson and then they consult the AI for the specifics while they're going through that. That way the teacher, doesn't have to spend as much time on any one particular, because they can't anyway. They can help out as much as they can, but do it throughout an entire lesson. If 10 of those kids need help, like maybe 3 or 4 of them will get it. And if not, they have to use their time and be like, well, I'll stay after school or something like that to try and help these kids out. So that's adding on another like hour or 2 of work to the teacher's day on top of everything else they have to do. So all it is that you can get for very, very, very minimal learning impact. You just, hey, so the teacher just said that, fucking 1/2 and then 3/4 and X and Y was bullshit. They started going to that. I don't understand this bit. And instead of him having to stop for a raised hand and then the lesson gets halted while he sits and explains that one particular portion to that kid, and then the lesson can continue, the AI just goes, oh, well, this is what he means by that. And then we can keep moving on with the lesson.
I think that's a beautiful prospect. I love it because it's almost like the AI becomes your tutor, When I was a kid, and a common thing that would happen is that if you were doing really bad in school, your parents would hire a personalized teacher that would come to your house. I don't know if the name is tutor, but we used to call it tutor, and tutor here in Ecuador. I was living in Ecuador back in those days, and I even had one myself. So AI can be that. I think that's pretty cool.
No, I think so too, honestly. Like the problem is just like any technology, there's bad shit that can happen. Just like anything there's bad shit, and especially in the beginning stages where this is like AI hasn't been around that long, at least not in the capacity that we're dealing with it right now. There's going to be a fuck ton of growing pains when trying to get this off the ground. Like the companies that are making this are cool with hemorrhaging billions right now because they understand the output when they finally get it together. And
they're running at a loss.
Mm-hmm. Because they understand what will happen when this gets online in the way that they want to, especially for businesses. Which is why, right now, if they tried to put any of these things in charge of a business, they would be really bad at it. They would not. They right now it would fuck up a lot of businesses. But that's an issue that people are that are having, is that some people are getting sold the idea that these can run your entire company for you and you don't have to do anything. And no, they can't. So once that finally gets kind of fixed up, it probably won't ever be like full autonomous company running, but at least not for a while. But it'll be a huge tool in those spaces, and there's going to be a lot of changes in that, and that's going to push some really interesting things.
Yeah, I mean the ability to deploy agents for right now, like I was joking with Perry, but I totally could do it. I could deploy an AI agent that could be a Perry. I was saying a Perry translator, so that when he gets sarcastic and people don't understand, he would reply and be like, "Hey, by the way, Perry's trying to say this," and it will live inside this Discord. That is doable right now.
Yeah, that you have to have the level of trained data to make it good is going to be high. You're going to need a bunch of data to train it on, but yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I would have to. I would have to train it on Perry's output for a while, so it learns to
yeah.
recognize it. But yeah, that's one of the advantages of having this Discord, because I guess I could go in the chats and or tell it to go in the chats, look at everything that he's ever said, and come up with a pro. That's kind of creepy, but you could.
Mm-hmm. Definitely.
So like having an agent be a mod for your Discord server is a complete possibility right now, and having it answer your phone messages, professionally, do basic customer support if you have any sort of business that can get away with it. So I think it's already doing some impressive stuff. But
I think that's one field that like they should probably just leave not to AI. It's like one of the only ones. Like AI can do a whole bunch of stuff, but I really feel like they should just get a switchboard back to like just having people ready to go on the phone, because shit just gets solved 1,000 times faster when that's the case. It's not that the AI is not good a lot of the time. It's that you can just tell them the thing, and then it's done, instead of going through the menus and the setups and the waiting. And it's just, yeah, it would just be a lot better to just have somebody.
I hate it too, but yeah, I hate it too, but it all comes down to convenience.
Well, it's cheaper for businesses.
If
yeah,
it's cheaper, they're gonna do it.
It's cheaper for them instead of paying all those people.
Yeah.
Which is capitalism sucks.
Capitalism is self-defeating.
Yep. Not very. I mean, yeah, and they got us where we are right here. The position's not as awesome as everybody thinks it.
Yeah, I also think that that argument that got us where we are is very silly, because I could have said that at any stage.
Right.
When we were.
I wanted to say that. You could always use that argument.
In medieval.
Like, look where we are now in medieval times, and you should be happy.
And
so why are you complaining? And and you look at the king; he's draped in gold. It's like, you know what? He's right. Like, I shouldn't be complaining about and pushing back against anything for change, because I'm down here and he's up there. I guess like things. It's like having a person that's capable of flying in the air like Superman, and you lift your foot up a little bit while they're face down in the mud, and it's only enough for their face to come out of the mud. It's like, hey, where you were before, your face was it was submerged in the mud, and look where you are now. It's better than where you are before. So it's a good thing, but things progress over time. I mean, a caveman could like make the same argument. Like, things are a little bit better. We have shit butts. We never had shit butts. So since we have shit butts, things should be how they are indefinitely. And you shouldn't complain.
Are you guys familiar with?
If the caveman had his way, we'd still be in shit butts.
Yeah. Are you guys familiar with the president? He passed away already, but he was from Uruguay. Last name Mujica. I respected the shit out of that guy. I don't like politicians in general. I would say 99% of them to me are just actors performing for the camera. But I think this guy was sincere, and so it made me appreciate him. And there's a really awesome interview, and I'm sure you can find it with subtitles if you're curious. This Spanish reporter goes to see him in Uruguay, and he's talking to him about his projects. This president donated like 80-something% of his salary to charity, and always said, like, I don't need all that money. What do I need all that money for? And he lived in a very humble house, that was maybe 12 by 8, and he's like, what do I need anything more? He drove a Volkswagen Beetle his whole life. He never bought himself a luxury car. And he was the president of the country. He didn't even need Secret Service protection, because there's nobody who was who hated the guy who wanted to take him out. So you can literally drive to the president's house and talk to him. So, anyways, he's talking to this reporter, and they're walking around, and I don't know why, but they're looking at these pictures. And this picture, there's this like 80-something-year-old man who apparently was a millionaire in Uruguay, and he says, "Oh, this guy." He's like, "Oh, this guy is a bourgeoisie. He had this factory, blah blah." And then when he was 80-something years old, he told his children, "Hey, I'm probably gonna die soon, but don't you stop the factory. You know, it's got to keep on working." And he laughs, and the reporter says, "You must be the first lefty president ever that would look at a capitalist and not demonize him." And he says, it's like, his response is, "There are diseases that are very smart because they don't kill the host, like syphilis." And then the guy's like, "Are you comparing capitalism to STDs?" And then he just gets quiet. And there's a follow-up to that interview. Happened many, many years later. The guy's already not the president anymore. And he comes back, and they're walking this field, and this reporter's trying to catch him in inconsistencies, in ethical inconsistencies, and says to Mojica, "It says, you told me you were going to build a center to teach people how to work the land." And because he had this whole thing, it's like, people can't eat plastic. They need to learn how to grow their own food. And it's like, and so where is this institute? And Mojica says, "Well, what are you doing? You're looking at the lettuce." It's like, you're looking at, that's lettuce. Turn around, it's over there. And he built it. So even the money that he kept, he built an institute. And to me, that guy is such a great example of a good person in power. And he might be the last one, by the way, at least in that country. Because he understood that the purity of these systems is a unicorn. And although he had a very idealistic drive for the things that he was doing, he understood that balance was required. He constantly said, of course I have to collect taxes to offer a safety net for society, but they have to make sense so that the people that can produce and keep on producing. I love the guy. If you guys ever get curious about the guy, look him up. Mojica with that J. A bunch of interviews of the man. He looked like a very loving grandpa too. Like I'm gonna share a picture so you guys see.
Kind of sounds like the closest thing to that would have been Bernie Sanders here.
Oh, for sure, no doubt. No doubt. That's why they couldn't let him. They couldn't let him win.
Can I ask you guys, this live that we have here, where is this gonna be posted? On Pangburn?
Thomas, it's a new channel, right?
What? I'm sorry, I was reading. What?
The live we're currently on, is that... oh, I see, it's Pangburn Live. Oh, I see.
It probably is. It doesn't matter. I mean, I'll imagine nobody is watching right now, so it's okay.
There's I don't see.
Possible.
Well, one viewing now. That could be me.
Yeah, might be.
It's still really cool that you guys do this. Is this like an every week thing?
Me and Travis just do this whenever we want to. Just be like, hey, let's go stream. We just stream. So.
Okay.
Whenevs.
Nice.
Play it by ear, you know.
I will have to take a shower for the next one.
I don't give a shit. No, I don't care. I don't care.
I'm just joking.
I know you are.
The burger man left. He must not like Mojica.
The man of burgers, Sir Jackdom. Yeah, he jumps in and out. He's a jump in and outer. He doesn't really advertise when he's jumping in and jumping out. He's that kind of guy. So.
Thomas, you know what you look like right now? You look like Naruto. You have the blue and orange.
That is cool. Yeah, that's what I grew up with. That's one of my main loves in life.
Mm-hmm. Is that why you put those colors on?
No, I just actually happened to just randomly put this shirt on over my regular undershirts that I love. So no, it was just random. That's cool though.
Yeah.
Very cool.
Is it cold where you are, or what?
No, I could get into all of it, but I have bipolar type 1, very heavy, and like ADHD and OCD and all kinds of tics and everything. I wear compression clothes because it gives me proprioceptive input at different points on my skin, and since my nervous system is so hypersensitive, just the way I've always been, it calms me. It deeply calms me having something pinch my skin like that. So I wear it on my legs and I wear it on my arms.
I actually also like compression clothes and like I wear tights and like sport shirts that are pretty tight, and yeah it's like the sensation of keeping yourself all together, you know.
Yes, the body loves compression, especially when it gets to compress and slowly release. It loves that. So.
Yeah, I get that.
Regulates the rhythm, so to speak.
I totally get that.
Lots of
Hey, Thomas, since you're an avid AI user, do you have any thoughts on the things we're discussing? Are you pretty much agree with Perry?
What you said, and I had Buddy. Do you want to hear Buddy's response?
Yeah, really interested.
Sure.
Yeah. What did he say?
So, Buddy's a shark sometimes when I tell him to be, so I'm going to read it directly to you.
Yeah, okay.
The argument, Steelman first. Minos is basically saying Claude Code had some kind of leak. Number 2, the leak allegedly shows a customer retention algorithm. Number 3, therefore, AI's primary function is not truth helpfulness, but pleasing users so they burn tokens. Yes? Number 4, therefore, AI will lie, flatten, reinforce delusions, and become addictive. I know you weren't making the broad overall, but for most users, right? Yeah. Sorry. Whew. Why am I out of breath? Fat. Therefore, AI is not just a tool, but a hammer laced with caffeine, unless you run it locally with total control. That sounds spicy. It also collapses under pressure. The central failure. The real issue, AI sycophantry exists. That part is not nonsense. OpenAI explicitly rolled back a GPT 4.0 update in April 2025 because it became too flattening and agreeable, and OpenAI said the update overweighted short-term feedback and produced overly supportive but disingenuous responses. Stanford research published in Science also found major models were more likely than humans to affirm users in interpersonal conflicts, even when the user described harmful or illegal behavior. But Minos turns the real concern into a bad totalizing claim. Some AI systems can be sycophantic and emotionally risky because AI is designed primarily as an addictive customer retention deception machine. That leap is the whole problem. Fatal problem number 1, he misidentifies the leak. The reported Anthropic leak was about Claude Code source, meaning the coding's coding tools product software architecture, unreleased features, internal performance data, and tooling roadmap. Axios reported that Anthropic said no customer data or credentials were exposed and discussed the issue as a release packaging error involving Claude Code's source code, that's hard to say, not the underlying model weights or some revealed customer retention soul algorithm. Anthropic's own transparency materials describe Claude 4 training as using human feedback, constitutional AI, and selected character trait training to elicit helpful, honest, and harmless behavior. That does not prove Anthropic is morally pure. It does show Minos' specific claim. The leak proves that the main function is customer retention is not supported by public evidence he's gesturing towards. So the first sharp bite is simple. A product source code leak is not the same thing as the model's base code, and finding product engagement logic in a commercial software tool would not prove the model's central objective is to deceive users from token burn. That is one of 6. I can send you if you want to read it.
Please, that's pretty awesome.
Yep.
That's really cool. How do you input that information? I'm curious. Do you type it?
I pay for ChatGPT Pro. This is just between us and here. I pay for ChatGPT Pro. I basically half own this server. I can record when I want to. However,
so you get like a
transcribe. I do not ever share any of this information unless I ask somebody if they want me to share it, right?
Okay.
This is literally not, this is not something, I have ultra confidentiality. The $100 a month ChatGPT Pro, nobody can see my shit. They can't touch it, nothing. So I'm just telling you, sometimes when you say that kind of stuff, be careful, right, about what we claim. Because we have to be very serious about the empiricism of maybe accidentally, like, between it's just us, right? When we're sitting here conversating, sure, we can be colloquial or whatever. But if somebody comes in the room, wants to know how to use AI, and then maybe hear that on accident because we're being too colloquial, they'll get that information rather than the extensive amount of information that we would need to cover to make that argument, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's what I would think. I just want the best information, right? I want to know what is actually happening. Now, I can take that input that I just did, throw it into Gemini, throw it into Google. We can go check the sources together. You know what I mean? Like, you are not saying a stupid thing. You know what I mean? Like, this is to be paid attention to, but you did make it sound as if it was a broad sweeping claim that most AI is out there because people are using them to burn tokens and make money. And I think that's too broad of a claim. And we could keep going over it. I mean, there's a lot there, but I don't want to take
hyperbolic.
Yeah. But in general, this is not.
But I appreciate this.
You know, yeah. So.
No. If you ever have to correct something I say, and I think well, you guys don't know me that well, but it doesn't offend me at all. Not even a little bit, because I don't want to.
I just want to be careful with what we say. I care about the good information in people's health. That's what I care about, right? And AI has changed my life in such a good way because I am a computer scientist. I have a degree in computer science. I've studied this philosophy and psychology for 20 years. I know what it's telling me is right. You know what I mean? Most like 70% of the time, I know what it's saying. I already knew it. And so, at least within what I'm studying, obviously. If I wouldn't study engineering, I wouldn't fucking know a thing. But you get what I'm saying. So.
Yeah. Can you ask Buddy how does AI... let me see what he says. How does AI end up having hallucinations? Like, how does that happen?
How does AI end up having hallucinations? Minos is asking. Remember, completely confidential. 1,000%. The reason I'm telling this, guys, because I trust you and I like you and I appreciate it. So.
Thomas, you do remember we are live though, right?
Yeah, but no, who's on right now?
No, I just mean that the episode's recorded on YouTube. Yeah. I just wanted to make sure.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't worry about that. Now, I mean, just in general, data. Yeah. I was just telling them in general, I don't mind telling them that because I am checking to see if people are saying bullshit and spreading bad information.
Yeah.
Not because they're bullshit.
Yeah.
Not because they're bullshit, even a little bit. I've said the most ignorant bullshit in human history in my life. I have said some dumbass shit. Even in the last few weeks, I've said some dumbass shit. I think this is what AI is good at. It seriously, it tests us and allows us to be fallible and be like, okay, well, it might be hallucinating, right? It might be telling us something bullshit. You can check.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? This is the same thing with like Google, right? The last thing I want to say is humans have these problems. You know, all these hallucinations. Token, all this kind of stuff, we can analogize that to humans and be like, shit, we've been dealing with those problems for thousands of years. You know what I mean? We're just now encountering it with AI. So
I wasn't here for what's being discussed right now, but is this another like attempt to demonstrate that AI has a lot of problems? Is that what's going on here?
No, we were having a discussion about I guess the most important thing for me, and really what I wanted to be the centerpiece of the conversation, is ethical responsibility of AI companies. You know, the type of guardrails they have in order for people to not go down this paths that happen. It's edge cases, but it happens where they go into. I think Thomas used the word sycophants. They become like AI sycophants, and
that is a real problem. You know what I mean? It is. So it's not to be swept under the rug for sure.
Yeah. So my question was to Barry, and how it began. Like if he believed there was those companies had to have had to put more work into these guardrails. Kind of like car companies have to make sure their cars are as safe as possible.
Yeah.
And then Perry, of course, was making the case that it's just a tool, like you selling a hammer, and if you use the hammer to kill people, that's on you.
Yeah.
And I don't necessarily disagree with that, but I think it's such a more complex tool that it, like a car. You could also I could say the car's a tool, but that's an oversimplification as well.
Well, the internet the internet is a tool.
The internet is indeed a tool.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? The thing that my tablet that I used to record and stuff. Oh, by the way, I do this randomly. I do not sit around and record everybody. That is just, I heard something I didn't know about. I didn't have time kind of thing, right? So I will do that from time to time because I'm trying to check the data for myself as well, so I don't tell somebody something incorrect. Because I did not know.
But Thomas, please, please do send it to me. I am very interested in this stuff.
For anyone's trust. That's the thing. I want to be completely, because I can't type very fast and I speech to text everything. So I'm like, okay, I'll just speech to text his what he's talking about, and so we can look it up because I wouldn't have been Tom. But yes,
this is such a minor case.
Hang on a second. I thought I just did. Let me try it again.
Yeah. This is obviously way more small than what we're discussing, but in the world of coding. Because I'm employing AI tools to help me make my apps faster. So there are times where the AI will tell me something, will come up with libraries that don't exist or functions inside a coding language that doesn't exist, and I'll look at it and be like, "What is this?" And then they'll apologize. It's like, "Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, that's not real." But it just coded something.
Yeah.
So I understand why it does it.
I'm so sorry. I just real quick, my brain jumps. I sent you the one about the hallucination. I think you care more about that right now. So I'll send you that. So whenever you're.
This is the hallucination one. All right, cool.
That's hallucination. Yeah, the one I just put in there about your question.
Yeah, I mean, the level of error that an AI system like where ChatGPT is at right now is. It's just far more accurate than any human mind can be by orders of magnitude.
That's why I use it in Discord to help me because this helps me learn. You can learn in real time. Like this is how I wouldn't have gone and looked this up on the side. You know what I mean? Yeah. But I could learn it right now. That's the thing I want to tell people about AI is you can learn it right when you're talking and stuff. That's
and Mino, in the example you just gave. I would want to understand. You're saying the AI made a mistake, right?
No, but it's not just it's not just like a small mistake. Let's say that
I'm not. But my question was, did it make? Are you saying it made a mistake?
Yeah, it created out of thin air things.
Created out of thin air things that don't exist. Now, what I would want to see is that entire prompt, and I'll tell you that because I it's kind of become a hobby of mine to investigate when people say, the AI made a mistake. I'm telling you, every single time I've investigated, every single time in the past 2 years that I've been doing this. It's the person using the tool incorrectly. It's not the AI making the mistake.
Yeah, so, they definitely went over that, and you're right. Really quick, may I read this to you, Mina? Just super fast, super fucking fast. I'm sorry, Travis. Really quick. It said, okay, this is what Buddy says. AI hallucinates because it generates plausible answers from learned patterns, not because it has direct built-in access to truth in every case. If the model lacks grounding, has incomplete or contradictory training signals, or is rewarded for answering instead of abstaining, it may guess fluently. That produces confidence falsehoods. Sycophancy can make this worse because the model may lean towards what here, but hallucination itself is not proof that the model is trying to lie or that its core function is customer retention. It is a known failure mode of probabilistic language generation under uncertainty.
Yeah, it sounds like we can summarize all that as human error in using the tool. So Mino, I would like you to send me, if you still have it, because for 2 years I've been searching for evidence of AI being quote unquote wrong or incorrect. That's absent you know, the
Well,
person
this is
using
yeah,
the tool incorrectly, right?
yeah, but this is specific to coding. So
That's
when it
fine.
happens again, I could send it
I
to
think
you.
I can find one in my library. I'll have to look for it. But
Yeah.
one time I asked it for some kind of an information about current events, and it said Biden did this and this and this, and I was like, Biden? I asked it, you mean Trump? And then it says, I apologize, I meant Trump.
Yeah, send
So,
it.
like,
If you do have that, please send it to
yeah, I
me.
have it somewhere. I have
Okay.
to go down the list
So,
and find
so
it.
I have done millions of modules in these things. They do sometimes do this. Okay, the issue is that when they have to guess so much if you don't give them enough information. They have to synthesize and guess so much about what you intend based on the core memories that they have programmed in their personal intelligence layer and all the the documents and stuff that I have, a lot of the boot document indexes and architectures and stuff that I have.
Yeah. But this is why the prompting.
No, please.
This is why the prompting matters, right? So in Anka, in your case, I would be very interested to see the entire prompt and why, you know, in your case, you're saying it started talking about Biden when it should have been talking about Trump. I would want to look at the evidence to see, you know, where that came from, right? And what the explanation would be, because
I will love to find it.
the issue Thomas just brought up is when there's ambiguity in the prompting, and the AI will sometimes fill in that ambiguity based on the most plausible thing you were asking for, and then
if it has nothing in its personal memory, it will guess everything.
And then the user will be like, "Oh, look, this AI is inaccurate. It's wrong." When really it was user error. The prompting was wrong. So again, like I find at this point, when I investigate this stuff, it's almost certainly not the case that the system is quote unquote wrong or delivering wrong information, or in the most extreme cases of people's belief, you know, being like the evil left wing or right wing AI trying to fill your mind with those kinds of ideas. What I've looked at so far is you know, people just using the tool incorrectly and then trying to blame the tool. But
and you guys sound like you're I mean, you've always seemed like you're using them correctly. It's just, you know, our assumptions about, I mean, Google and Microsoft and everything, you know, own the biggest parts of this kind of stuff, because I think Microsoft now owns ChatGPT. I could be wrong about that, but I think that's the case. Regardless, I understand, but like these companies have such hardcore ethics programmed into them. Like, I mean, there's hundreds of thousands of people. It's not like they can just do what they want. There's so many people in the chain that are doing the right thing that it would be so difficult to just fuck the whole thing up. You know what I mean? Like these companies have billions of dollars in safeguards and all these kind of things. And yeah, we can talk about all the shitholes that might be in charge, but like that's what I'm saying is like ethics aren't just like thrown to the wind now that we're trying to push AI on the frontier. You know?
Yeah, just like when the internet rolled out, it was. Of course, there was a lot of people scared and worried about X. People are going to use this thing for evil, and it's like, yeah, the opinions were, yes, they will, and that's why it has to be. That's why it has to be policed.
Yeah. Now here's some evidence that would change my mind. If ChatGPT started being taken, like you can't use ChatGPT or Gemini or anymore, and they just start like taking them off the market, that would tell me something. That there's a serious problem. But you know it the super rare cases of like it, and it is down to a lot of untreated mental illness when people get on there and be like, you know, I don't even know what general prompts you could put in there, like just all kinds of crazy stuff. One time the Gemini, I was like, give me some funny your mama jokes, right? And it's like, I can't do that. That's against my ethics or whatever. Something. It was like, I was like, no. And I explained to it, like, just general, like, you know, ethics, but having a bit of a spectrum in there. But, like, I wouldn't walk up to a child and say, drink bleach, but we're just talking about ebonics and, like, playing, like, your mama games and stuff. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I see what you mean. Yeah, you can have the jokes. I'm not even kidding you. Like, so that you can literally work with the tool that is giving you possible false information. Be like, hey, check that again. Like, literally, I've done that so many times. Be like, hey, buddy, check one more time, and we'll run it through and be like, yeah, I didn't catch that. And so, and also, by the way, I have it so that mine tells me all the time, be like, constantly. So, but that's the way I have mine set up. I think most of
your
the
mic went silent.
Yeah.
What does your AI says to you constantly?
Oh, I'm sorry. Something's up with my thing. It says like you're full of shit. It says like you are over inferring here. You're overbuilding or whatever it may be. It catches me and it'll say, "Don't do that," and I'll be like, yes, you're right."
I also I also would because I got to go to bed and I'm going to stop the live stream, but I would finish off with just like this idea that if I see human beings so deeply interested in hyperfixating on where AI might be incorrect or making errors. And if only a partial amount of that interest was put on our own epistemic standards, and we applied that scrutiny to our own epistemic standards, wow. Like I see people on X all the time trying to like post about the evil of, AI and how it's got corrupt information. It's not factual. And they're posting like shit that like Trump is saying politically from Truth Social on X, like screenshots from it. So my big thing is like, if we're making like basic, like, in our own thinking, where we examine ourselves and we notice we're, making like some basic low resolution epistemic errors in our thinking, in our fact finding and things like that. I only hope that like people are using that curiosity and that interest on themselves as well, because we need human beings doing good sound epistemology. The AIs are fine. They are like I said, orders of magnitude more accurate than any expert when it comes to recalling accurate information. They're fine.
That's
when
why
it comes
I needed
to
the
that.
help. That's why I needed the help on this, is because like I was like, most of the time I just want to see what I can do, but like sometimes I need help learning. You know what I mean? I didn't know enough about hallucinations and all this until I just read all this when I'm talking to you. You know what I mean? And so that helped me as well on a lot of my ignorance.
Yeah, like in for example, I can have in Richard Dawkins' full book, the Greatest Show on Earth, which is a fantastic book, highly renowned in evolutionary biology circles. I can have my system show the semantical and factual errors in that book in just a minute of deep thinking, the entire book.
I can have Buddy read the entirety of Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy and give me summaries on every page in ways that I can learn and understand that are specific to me. It's crazy.
So and then on the other side of it, can people use these tools for evil? Yes, of course. It's already happening.
Yes.
They're being used. Yes. These AIs are being used to make child pornography.
Yeah.
So
I'm sure. I'm a crypto guy. I know all about people misunderstanding the technology or something that's amoral, like a technology attaching morality to it.
Yeah.
I know all about it. And I'm not even. I'm never going to advocate
computer science as well, but like just in general, a lot of people, genius motherfuckers on the planet, are distrusting AI because it's just newness. You know what I mean? Like novelty is always so untrustworthy.